All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely, lovely day. We had some sad news from yesterday. We'll talk about that. Well, thank you very much for being here today. We're looking at the final session in the series, how Nigeria's First Republic ended. And then we will move on to other things. But before we get into that, we'll have the news and other things like that. So before we start anything, please, if you're on TikTok, kindly tap press pass out to push the live to engage and all that. And please click on the heart icon above here to join the team. If you have joined the team, please click on it to drop the heart link and click whatever it is. Let's use that to push the live. Thank you for the heart. And your friend Jumari, thank you very much. Let's do that as well. Let's all like and share and gift as well, so the algorithm can recommend the live to others. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on YouTube, please like the live, please like as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Folks on Facebook as well. We're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, on X, and on Twitch. Thank you very much for being here. Just try to be sure we're good. That's it. That's everything. Thank you. I see you on TikTok. I see us. We've done the last 1 minute. Thank you. But please don't stop. Sure. It's a lovely day. I'm trying to make sure that we're good on all platforms before we get started. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Wes, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Good evening. Thank you for being here. You must have heard the news of what happened in Kwara State. I mean, it's just a very terrible thing. People have said all kinds of things, by the way. Whether it was AI, whether it was staged, and things like that. Right now, I'm not sure you'll be able to actually, I mean, you have to watch it in order to actually understand what happened, if you haven't seen it. So I'm going to attach this video. I mean, when we put this out there, I'll attach the video so you'll be able to watch it. But just in case you haven't seen or heard anything about it, I'll just play a portion of it. You will not, you know what? Let me just play it and see if you can get anything out of it. But I know it's going to be a bit difficult considering most of it is about visuals, not so much audio. I'll see if we can make anything out of this one. If not, move to the next one. Okay, listen. So what's happening is people are in church. Apparently it's a live stream. So the camera set up and the people are there We started hearing sounds of gunshots. And then they began scampering all over the place, and armed men entered the church. People are hiding. Just very terrible stuff. We'll put the video out much later. Now, people have also been very interested. Let me just use the word interesting because it's crazy that people will say things like, oh, what kind of sharing it was just AI or it was staged. People have said all kinds of things. In fact, I think I should read some of the things I've seen in the last 12 hours or so. And I think at this point I should say that folks who are supporting political parties need to actually know that there is a line. Okay, you can't support the political party to the point where nothing they do is wrong or everything that happens must be explained away because you want the party to look good. It does actually make you look very good to yourself. Right? When something like this happens, like, oh, we're seeing a control shell, and things like that. I mean, and I'm not saying that is not a possibility or probability, but you can't just look away from the fact that we have a serious issue in Nigeria with the security. And this is in Kwara State, right? It's terrible. It's important to, even if you're going to talk about all the other Igbo of Kiniko, you first have to acknowledge what is happening. Let me give you some of the things that I've seen online in the last few hours. Someone says that's the first thing, like, okay, the reason politicians will keep making fool of you, see, I think it's making a fool of you, that can believe anything is when people can stage anything and gullible, uneducated. 1 second, please.
You guys are disturbing me there now.
So, person says the reason politicians will keep making a fool of you that can believe anything is when people can stage anything and gullible, uneducated illiterates will believe it. Our soldiers are dying in the hands of these terrorists, but the only thing you selfish bigots know how to do is preach division and complain about Christian genocide. So what will happen to the ones that are not Christian, or the part of the Bible that says love your neighbor? This is ridiculous. You heard me. I don't know how you heard me. My boys were playing. How did you hear that? I mean, the audio, everything was off. But yeah, it is what it is. I have boys around and they're playing inside, so I had to find a way to check them. But if you heard it, that means I'm parenting while I'm here, so they join together. I should check again. I think I know where that thing is coming from. Let me check one more time. Did you hear that one? I just did one. I think I know how you heard me. It's another mic open. Yeah, a number of mics open here. It as well. You heard that one too. At this point, I don't know. There's another mic. You can still hear me. Okay, at this point, I don't know what it is. Someone said loud and clear. The family matter. I mean, the boys just go back from school, the younger ones, and they are just disturbing. But they're all right. Okay, let's get back to this. Now I'm distracted. You know how kids go to school, return together, and still find something to talk about every second of the day? That's how these young men are. Okay. I should test again. So did you hear what I just said right now? We're testing now. We'll get back to the news. You couldn't. Oh, so I had to mute it on the device. That's stress now. Unless I mute the device directly. This mic. Can you hear me now? Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Got him something sharing me bye. Sharing me bye. And go me bye. And go bye. Wow. Mambo. I think it's the device. It's not the mic. It's the device. But you can hear me now. So okay, so I'm using the other device. There's something's up. Do me a favor, please. If at any point you can't hear me, please let me know, because for some reason I don't do this because I don't know what happened to TikTok. TikTok just changed a lot of things and it's affecting the other device, but I think we're good now. Okay, so you can hear from the other device. Thank you. And I'll use the opportunity to also speak to my guys at the top. All right, let's get back to this. This is we're talking about what happened in Kwara State. I just want to read some of the reactions from people across Nigeria. This person is even abroad, but let me just read this. The reason politicians will keep making a fool of you that can believe anything is when people can stage anything and gullible, uneducated, illiterate will believe it. Our soldiers are dying in the hands of the terrorists, but the only thing you selfish bigots know how to do is preach division and complain about Christian genocide. So what will happen to the one that are not Christian, or the part of your Bible that says love your neighbor as yourself has been removed from your Bible, or you so-called Christians are the ones ruining this country with bigotry? This is nonsense, by the way. This is nonsense. And these are people who actually support APC. There is a line. This is why I'm not very keen on partisanship. Like, I like President Tinubu. I love what he's doing as far as economy is concerned. But he's not doing enough as far as security is concerned. To say that does not mean I don't acknowledge the things that he's doing right. And to support, and this is how you get sycophants who say to you everything you're doing is perfect. You can't say, okay, this is what you're doing right, this is what's not working properly. Everything is chalked down to politics. Oh, they hate him. Oh, you are saying it's a Christian genocide. I don't think there's a Christian genocide in the sense that people are just going around targeting only Christians. Another person is being killed in Nigeria. But does that mean there's no genocide? Does that mean that groups of people are not being targeted? Must it be Christian for it to make sense? Interesting. This is the reason folks from the Middle Belt start using the word Christian. This is one of the reasons. And even then, you have people saying things like, oh, Christians are bigots, how about people who are not Christian who are being killed? That's not the point. You are looking at the camera, you are looking at the live stream. In fact, let me read something. I don't want to mention the person's name because it's actually, I don't want people already insulting. Let me just read some things here. Someone says, I've been asking, what's the name of the CAC church? No one answers. And how could it quickly trend like that? Which shows these are sponsored, just sad for people that are being killed. And Nigerians too are selling ourselves because on how much will you be killing your fellow? Then the lady says, that's the first thing that came to me too. Look at the people there, how they are acting. And someone wants me to believe that someone won't pay money for that to be staged. With all our wisdom, do you see those people panicking and there won't be stampeding? At a particular point, right, in our conversations about Nigerian issues, we have to know where to draw the line. And you can't keep pushing things because you're a part of a political party. It doesn't make sense. And for those who have questions like this person who asked, I just can't do that. But I understand those who are shaping for her because at this point, people are on Binugon. But is it true that this could have been staged? Could it have been staged? Of course, anything could have been staged. Was it staged? That's the question. I'd like to play you a video. Here, one of the people present talked about what happened there. This was at Eruku, Ekiti local government area, Kwara State, Christ Apostolic Church, okay, Shegun. Take a listen, please.
náà ni wọ́n wọlé tó bí wọ́n ṣe wọlé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí yin ìbọn wọ́n ìbọn bolẹ̀ gidigidi tó jẹ́ wípé kò yí ẹnikẹ́ni ibi tí ò bá àṣàgbà wọ́n ṣe wọnú chọ́ọ̀chì nìyẹn wọ́n ṣàpá àwọn èèyàn mẹ́ta àti rí àrídájú pé wọ́n pa lánàá. Ìkan wà ní ilé ìwòsàn. Tí wọ́n ti yọ ọta ní ara rẹ̀. Lára àwọn tí ìbọn bá ọ̀bá yìí àwọn mẹ́ta lárí àrídájú wípé wọ́n ti kú. Àwọn méjì wọ́n wà ní ilé ìjọsìn báyìí lára àwọn òkú méjì tó ti kú wọ́n ti kó wá. Ìkan wà ní ilé ìwòsàn wọ́n ṣe lọ fi ọkọ̀ gbé wá ni. Àwọn ènìyàn wọ̀nyí wọ́n wá láti wá bá ẹnikẹ́ni ṣeré lánàá. A confam báyìí tí a rí àrídájú wípé wọ́n kó àti mọ̀ wọ́n tán o bọ̀ wọ́n lé ní 30 tí wọ́n kó lọ nínú ilé ìjọsìn lánàá. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n pa àwọn mẹ́ta tán ẹnì kẹrin òkú ó wà nílé ìjọsìn tí a dẹ̀ tí mọ̀ bí a ṣe máa rí àwọn tí wọ́n kó lọ báyìí. Inú ilé ìjọsìn lẹ́rí tí a wà báyìí. Gbogbo agbègbè àyíká chọ́ọ̀chì la wà yìí níbi tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìlú Èkó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Kwara. Lẹ́rí àwọn èèyàn àwọn tí wọ́n pa lẹ́rí tí wọ́n ń lọ yìí ṣe ti rí. Wọ́n bá nǹkan jẹ́ ń bì lánàá kódà àmọ́ adúpẹ́ ọwọ́ àwọn security wa àwọn vigilante wa wọ́n gbìyànjú púpọ̀ àmọ́ kò sí ọta gbogbo wọn ti yan ọta tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn tán kò sọ́ta kò sí nǹkan kan lákùngbà tán ti yan ọta tán kí ló kù tí wọ́n á ṣe oníkálukú wọn ń fèrè gbé ni gbogbo wọn fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ ni. Lára àwọn tí wọ́n kó lọ lánàá ibi tí kámẹ́rà wà yìí ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n kó wọn gbà lánàá so lára àwọn tí wọ́n kó yẹ ìkan nínú wọn ó bọ́ tí a rí ní òwúrọ̀ yìí so òun ló dé tó wá ṣàlàyé ó ní ìbọn bà lára àwọn ènìyàn wọ̀nyí so ìyẹn ló ń fi yé wa wípé àwọn pípù wọ̀nyí wọ́n lé ní 10 láwọn àwọn ènìyàn burúkú wọ̀nyí àwọn báńdíìtì láwọn tí wọ́n wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Kwara ní ìlú Èrùkú ní àná ní ọwọ́ aago 6 kọjá ìṣẹ́jú 15 tí a sì ń gbà ládùúrà kí Ọlọ́run kó jẹ́ kí àwọn tí wọ́n kó wọgbó kárí wọn gbà láyọ̀ àtàláfíà. Àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ Kwara náà àwọn gọ́vnà wa ká dákun ká gbà wá lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn wọ̀nyí ojoojúmọ́ ló ń dà wá láàmú kò sẹ́ni tó lè lóko mọ́ kódà tólú ẹ bá wà nílé gan olúwa máa wò yányànyán ni. Gbogbo àyíká àti àyídà ilé ìjọsìn lẹ́rí tí mo wà yìí kò lẹ́ ń wò wọ́n kí ẹ sì máa fi àdúrà ràn yá àwọn ìlú wa gbogbo àwọn ìlú tó wà ní agbègbè wa yìí tí wọ́n ń dà láàmú ẹ máa fi àdúrà ràn wá lọ́wọ́ kí Ọlọ́run ọba kó gbà wá lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn burúkú wọ̀nyí. Kò pani rẹ́rìn rárá ó bani nínú jẹ́ ni kódà ìgboro báyìí kò sí ẹni tó lè lóko kò sẹ́ni tó lè lódò. Ẹ̀rí ìkan lára àwọn tí ó ń bọ̀ láti ìtẹ́ tí wọ́n ń sin òkú sí ẹ̀rí àwọn tó lọ sin àwọn méjì tí wọ́n kó wá náà ẹ̀rí ara wọn lẹ́rí tí wọ́n ń bọ̀ yìí wọ́n ń bọ̀ láti ìtẹ́ òkú níbi tí wọ́n ti lọ sin àwọn méjì so wọ́n ti lọ fi ọkọ̀ gbé ẹnì kẹta tí a rí ní àrídájú pé òun náà ó ti filẹ̀ ṣaṣọ bóra.
It's a very sad thing that happened, and we have to be circumspect. And now we speak about these things and, blame everybody who speaks on it as folks who are against the presidency or the present current dispensation. That's just ridiculous. It's news, it's real, and there are better ways of solving a situation than hiding or burying your head in the sand and act as if it's not happening. It is happening, and it's terrible. This is from Channels TV. Bandits kill 2, abduct others in Kwara community. The Eruku community in Ekiti local government area of Kwara State came under another violent attack on Tuesday evening, leaving 2 people dead and an unspecified number abducted, according to residents. Eyewitnesses in the community told Channels Television that the attackers stormed the area suddenly and heavily armed, forcing many residents to flee into nearby bushes for safety. Quote, they came around nightfall and started shooting. 2 people were killed instantly, and we don't even know how many were taken, one resident said. Another resident lamented that Eruku has been under perpetual attacks for the last 3 weeks, with bandits striking repeatedly despite several distress calls. Quote, we have begged the local and state governments for help, but nothing concrete has come. We are living in fear every day, he said. Community members said the police, vigilantes, and the Eruku Progressive Union have mounted resistance in recent weeks, but the renewed assault has worsened fears of further insecurity. Eruku residents are now calling on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to intervene urgently. We need federal help. These attacks are becoming too much for us to bear, an elder in the community pleaded. As of press time, the Kwara State Police Command has yet to comment on the incident. Terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. And it's important that so this is the disadvantage of using, the other device. TikTok is happening, but thank you very much for alerting me. And if it happens again, please let me know. We'll probably just switch back to this other device. Anyway, from Podium Reporters, there's a headline: exclusive President Tinubu halts trip to South Africa. Awaits reports from Vice President Kashim Shettima over visits to Kebbi State. Things are happening in different parts of the nation, of the country, and we're hoping, right, that we'll see changes. And when we talk about these things, of course, what we really need, to be honest, is we need to have a conversation about the structure of this country. Right, I saw a video yesterday, somebody in the north, showing vast lands. I mean, you couldn't see any buildings or anything. It's very difficult to, I don't know how they're going to protect that area. Maybe they have their own way of doing things. Whatever they want to do, they should do amongst themselves. Folks in the south or in the west, for instance, or in the east or wherever, should be able to protect themselves, right? We should be able to have a state police or regional police, or at least arm Amotekun. And I feel sorry for folks in Kwara State because they are not in the southwest. Therefore, Amotekun is not in Kwara State. And even Amotekun doesn't have the kind of tool, I'm talking about the weaponry that they require to be able to fight these marauders. It's very sad, and may the souls of the departed rest in peace. And we really have to get serious with the security situation in Nigeria. And by the way, this happened just after the incident in Kebbi, where girls were kidnapped from their school, and the vice principal was killed by bandits. And I'd like you to listen to the wife. By the way, this person who was killed is not a Christian, and the wife is also a Muslim. They are both Muslims. That's why I say it's not like there is no religious thing, but that's not the only thing, right? But the minus also is you have the other extreme is people saying there's no Christian kiniko. In fact, everything is peachy. You just say the president. That's nonsense. Thank you very much for the gifts. Thank you, Roberta. That's you. That's just nonsense. You can't say that, it's just about politics. People are literally dying. I'd like to take a listen to the vice principal's wife. And a lot of crazy things are happening, to be honest. And may God heal our land. Take a listen, please.
Bayan sun hito na bude kofa bayan na hita ko da na hita na yi tahiya na duba gehen katanga su ne zagaye gehen katangan nan.
You don't understand, Hausa. I will find the stuff. She says here that the people that came were young men in army camouflage speaking Fulani. That's what she said. The people that attacked their schools, the bandits that attacked their school and killed her husband, were young men in army camouflage, and they spoke Fulani. We need to actually get serious with Nigeria security. Like, there's nothing like stereotyping. For instance, we know that the bulk of folks who started Boko Haram were Kanuri. The guys in the bandits, many of them are Fulani. To acknowledge that does not necessarily mean you're saying everybody is Fulani or every Fulani is a bandit, which is a very what's the word now? Is it reductive or pedestrian way of actually discussing it? Like, it's real. Thank you for the gift. It's real that folks are losing their lives, and we shouldn't be playing politics with that. And I think that's what actually made the president to cancel his trip. And of course, the Kwara event also then happened, which we're hoping that they'll find a way to solve it. I don't even know what to say, man. But there's some things that need to be done. Number one, I think now all the state governments in Southwest have already done some things, and I'm glad. Number one, there is ban on grazing. You can't graze. You can't have your cattle moving around anyhow in the name of your herding. There's nothing like that in Southwest, which is good. I think it has to be national in terms of countrywide. Like, you can't say you have grazing routes, even if the peaceful Fulani herdsmen are not involved in that. That's a path that people can easily take advantage of, the troublesome ones. Why should we have in 2025 people having to move all the way from Sokoto to Calabar? Why? Because they want to eat grass. Can't they buy the grass and feed those animals where they are? The meat will be more expensive when it gets down south. Why can't folks in the south have their own ranches? Why must government be involved in all these things? If the government wants to help them, does government give people land? If government gives people land, they will give the land to their own people. If the Northerners want land, they have a lot of land there, and they can import, if they have to, import to their own side grass from the south and hay, right? And they will feed their animals, and then they will ship the stuff all over the country, and everybody will be fine. Why must we have to move things all over the place? Is there a rule that the animals must walk kilometers and kilometers for them to be healthy? In the western region, we had farms, we had ranches in different parts of Yoruba land in the 50s and 60s. Today, we have private ranches in Yoruba land today. Why can't we just have this mindset? Why must we have to live according to the primitive culture of a particular group? If you want to be primitive in your own space. You can't move it around the whole country. That's one. The bandits also are not even herdsmen. Those ones are just carrying guns anyhow. The borders are porous. The police says it's almost as if they are helpless. Like, it's crazy. So the security architecture of Nigeria needs to be, needs to be worked on. You can't have this thing where if you want to talk to some people, have to, in fact, let me play you a video. I found this video. That's where I'm actually going with all of this. Where is that video? There's a video of the present governor of Bauchi. He said something that I actually find very unnecessary. Let me see if I can find that video. I saw it somewhere. Beautiful, I found it. I want to take a listen to this man as he tells us what his own idea of Fulani moving around should be like. Take a listen, please.
While at the same time bringing the Fulanis in one fold and try to arrest their traditional practice of moving from one place to the other. And that is very big, an uphill task. But I think we can communicate with them more, because to them they don't have borders from Cameroon to Nigeria.
But that's the thing, Excellency. How do we ensure that those who will be participating in this federal government largely funded program will be Nigerians?
In terms of the funding?
No, in terms of the
operations.
Operations. You said to bring in the Fulanis together.
You see, the issue of misconception, I think there is a lot of mistrust and misconception with regards to the Fulani man. The Fulani man is a global or an African person. He moves from the Gambia, from Senegal, and his nationality is just a Fulani man. And as a person, I may have my relations in the Cameroon, but they are also Fulani men. I have relations because from the maternal side, I'm a Fulani man. And that is why we want to educate people. A Fulani man sees himself as a Bayelsan, as somebody come from the Niger Delta, because he speaks the Niger Delta language, which you and I don't. And of course, we would have to just take this as part of our own heritage, something that is African, and that we cannot just close the border and say the Fulani man is just a Nigerian or this. No. In most cases, the crises are precipitated by those outside Nigeria. When there is a reprisal, it is not the Fulani man within Nigeria that causes it. It is that culture of getting revenge, which is embedded in the tradition of the Fulani man, that attracts reprisal from all over the
If I understand it, does that mean that those Fulani men who are maybe domiciled in other countries who move around, they can come into the country and this plan will accommodate them as well?
Yes, that's what we want to do. But it has to be done through sensitization, telling them you have to buy in the project, and you use the language the Qatar is up to be able to convince them away from the mistrust.
Wait. The Fulani man from another country can take advantage of what the government of Nigeria wants to do for the Fulani in Nigeria, because the Fulani man doesn't have any other nationality apart from Fulani. How? So if the Nigerian government has a plan for Yoruba people in Nigeria, my brothers in Benin Republic can just move in because they are Yoruba after all. What are we talking about? I didn't know Hausa in Niger. I don't know Yoruba people in Togo, indigenous to that place. Can they just move into Nigeria and do whatever they want to do because we are all Yoruba? These are the issues. You can't say they are African global citizen. Who cares? You must have a nationality now. If they ask you where are you from, you say, oh, I am Yoruba. Yes, I am Yoruba, but they'll ask you, the travel document you have in your hand, Kiloroko country to Aloria, what's the name of the country on it? You can't say Yoruba because there's no sovereign state known as Yoruba. There's no political entity known as Yoruba right now. The same way, there's nothing like that as far as Fulani is concerned. So, if, for instance, he said something very interesting. I don't know if he remembers saying that the Fulani in Nigeria are not the ones causing problems, that the Fulanis from outside Nigeria. That's what he said. He then said that the ones outside can also take advantage of what the ones inside. What are we saying? So because I am Nigerian now, everything that applies to Nigerians, I can get folks from Benin Republic to take advantage of. If I can just say, oh, Ajase people come. People in Port Novo just come. We are all Yoruba people. Let's just take it. Let's hear the rest of it.
The whole system of you have to buy in the project, and you use the language the culture itself to be able to convince them away from the mistrust where the whole system of transhumance or pastoralism is criminalized. Criminalization of pastoralism is the problem that we have with this project, and it requires people with passion who understand them and who they believe in, people like us from that part of the country, to say yes, we have this. Because today there is no limit to the accusation that this and that has happened and it is the Fulani man who caused it. There is no tribe that is not that you don't have this criminality in, but certainly the way and manner we do it is really exacerbating the crisis and the problems.
Will there be any form of documentation of all the people that will be,
yes, we are
within that?
Oh yes, that is going to give Nigeria the opportunity to really have the best in terms of documentation in the demographics, because as I said, a Fulani man settles anywhere he can feed his cattle, and so if they are put in one place and they are made to understand that this is for
he settles anywhere he finds himself. If they are put in one place, why should I put him in any place when I have no responsibility for him? He's not a citizen, he's not from Nigeria, but I should do something because he has siblings who are Nigerians. Why do we have this kind of rhetoric, this kind of conversations and narratives in Nigerian politics? Like, if you really care about him so much, then maybe you should create something for him in your part of the country. Like, these are the conversations we need to have. And when people speak on these things, it's not, and by the way, like I said, I think I had a session where I talked about the fact that there are many Fulani people who are not violent. I even read the story here, if you remember, of Fulani in Nigeria complaining about another Fulani group that was disturbing them, and led to a lot of wala. I think I read it here maybe last week. Those ones who are sedentary, who are already settled, especially in the southwest, they are the ones who are also complaining about the ones who are coming in. But you have politicians speaking for both sides as though they don't even know, and that's why when Northerners talk about Islam and they say it's Islam first before ethnicity, I laugh. And the Hausas say that thing a lot, and I wonder, how are you not seeing what's happening? And I asked a question the other time. I'm going to ask that question again. If you think about the very first, the jihad, the Usman and Fodio jihad, if you think about it, you should ask yourself this question: was the jihad religious or ethnic? Was it religious or was it ethnic? And this man that is speaking right now, is this sounding like he's talking for a religion or for an ethnicity? Conversation should be had. If you're a Nigerian and you're Fulani, you have rights. See, there are Fulanis who are Nigerians now. I also know some people who say, oh, Fulani are from Futajalo. They are not from Nigeria. There are Fulanis who are Nigerians. It is what it is. They are Nigerians. They have rights as Nigerians. But they don't have any right to use their right and freedom to, to impede on any other person's rights and freedom. You have your right, I have my right as a Nigerian. But you can't bring somebody from outside because you are related with your mother's father's uncles, aunties, nieces, nephew, and say because you are all family, they are also Nigerians. They are not Nigerians. And if you really are passionate about this, maybe you should have a nation that is Fulani, but it cannot be Nigeria. It can't. The Fulani in Nigeria are Nigerians. The Fulani outside Nigeria, they are from wherever they are from. You can't say, it's like me saying that because I'm Yoruba, I can just move anyhow all over Africa and nobody should stop me. You can't do that. But you also can't go to the extreme and say Fulani are from Futajalo. There are Fulanis who are Nigerians today. And there are a lot of them who are also, peace-loving. But that would not matter if you are literally constantly opening the door for people to get in and do. I mean, see the videos. I saw that. Maybe I'll put it out later tomorrow. Or you can even see it online. You can just Google it. Or what happened. I mean, those guys, Fulanis have a look. That's a fact. Just like Somalis, they have a look. Fulanis have a look. And these things are happening. And the woman said the person who came that killed her husband, they were speaking, perhaps she meant Fufude. They were speaking Fulani, and that's what she said. Abducted 25 girls. Someone in the comment section says it's not religious. Fulani use Islam as a tool. They do it everywhere in West Africa. I don't think people really understand this. That's why I also say to Yoruba people that when it comes to Islam, we have to be careful. The purpose of the thing is something. The use of that thing in terms of functionality depends sometimes on the person wielding it. I'll give you an example. A knife. Religion, in some cases, in some ways, religion is like a knife. You can use it to cut your vegetables. You can also use it to stab a person. That knife in the hands of a chef is a tool to help him do the work. That knife in the hand of a murderer is a weapon. And if you think religion cannot be used as a weapon, that means you're very naive. All this noise about Islam is this, don't do it, is Islamophobia, that's the weaponization of religion. And can share only no matter what you share similarly. We've been having Yoruba Muslims for centuries. Yeah, you have some issues when you start, and eventually you regularize and everything works. One of these days, I'm going to have a session again on Odu Imole, to also paint a picture of how long there has been coexistence as far as Islam and traditional religion has been. As far as Islam and traditional religion are concerned. It's not today. People now come from outside and say, oh, well, we have a better way of doing Islam. That's exactly the exact line that was used in Hausa land. The Islam they had was not pure. There's a better one. A better version. And that's why I speak always right for Yoruba people who are Muslims and the young ones who are in school and they're hearing these new ideas. Calm down. There's nothing new under the sun. May God help Nigeria. May we have the solution that we require, which of course has to start with restructuring this space. Having state police, everybody cannot be dependent on. Look at the brigade. Is it brigadier general? How do they call them? Brigadier general, right? That died a couple of days ago. Why? For securing Nigeria. I read something crazy about that incident. He was being chased by terrorists. He calls. I saw the message, WhatsApp message. Sent a WhatsApp message to HQ. Calls them. And then the terrorists that did not find him suddenly found him and killed him. There are many layers to these things. Meanwhile, everything was good. It was around the time when we also started making gains economically that all these things are happening. Ojo, there are different angles to this, right? There's a political angle, there's the ethnic angle, there's a religious angle, there's the international interest angle. For instance, weird enough, what's her name? What's this girl's name? Nicki Minaj. Tí akéré bá gbé ọ̀ṣàn lẹ̀, tàbí tí ìyá ńlá bá gbé ọ̀ṣàn lẹ̀, kéékèèké máa gorí ẹni. Nikki too was speaking, for Nigerian Christians. I'm like, because there's no one God cannot use. But let's listen to what she had to say about what's happening in Nigeria.
For prioritizing, I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage and calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria, to combat extremism, and to bring a stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to freedom of religion or belief.
That was Nicki Minaj. Thank you, Sister Nicki. It is well. To be honest, we need all the help we can get. That much is true. We need all the help we can get. American or whatever. We need all the help. But it's help as a sovereign state. You don't want to be invaded like Afghanistan. We don't want to have the Sudan experience. People say they are coming because of Christians. You want to come and help Christians, I beg you. But we need all the help we can get. Help the government. Don't help the people directly. Help the government to deal with whatever problems we have. Allah shall know well. All right. I want to read something from a person called Faris. He says, in as much as I believe that many criminals disguise themselves as Fulani herdsmen just to shift the blame onto the Fulanis, I still strongly believe that open grazing should be banned in Nigeria. Tinubu ban open grazing now. As long as people are allowed to roam freely with cattle, criminals will continue to hide among them and commit crimes. I agree. You can't say it doesn't matter, and then you also don't want to even do anything to. And by the way, we have to start thinking all this thing of there's a culture of doing something. Listen, cultures evolve. Every culture has to be dynamic. Culture is dynamic. Culture evolves. And if all of us want to go by culture, maybe we should stop, using phones. Was there a phone in our culture? Should not use television. Is there television in our culture? Which one is just pick and choose? You are doing something that is literally primitive. You're going to say you want to do it because it's your culture. What culture says you must be walking around the place? Think about those people. Don't they have a right to education? The herders, don't they have a right to education? Don't they have a right to also be better? Are you saying some of them cannot become lawyers and doctors and software engineers and mechanical engineers and artists and teachers and priests and whatever? Must that be? And even if they want to be farmers and they want to be livestock farmers, can they? Why must they be herders? Why can't they be livestock farmers? In other words, they don't have to be walking all over the place. Why are we excusing these things? And if you want to excuse it, it's okay, because it's not my business, as long as it doesn't come into my space. Which is why I like the fact that in the southwest, all across our states, there is no open grazing. But that thing has to extend to other parts. Why? Because people are dying. People are dying, and these things have to be said. And I know it's not as easy as it sounds. It's very complex, but you've got to get busy, because people are dying and it's crazy. It's a shame. It's a huge shame. Meanwhile, America never ceases to amaze me. With all that they're doing, believe it or not, the United States Army, I'll say that again, the United States Army War College has posthumously inducted Nigeria's late Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Abiodun Lagbaja, into its International Hall of Fame. The induction was announced on Monday at the opening of the Association of the United States Army, AUSA, annual convention in Washington, an event attended by military officials, defense partners, and delegates from dozens of countries. The honor makes Lagbaja the first Nigerian officer to enter the hall since the institution was established more than a century ago. In a message shared online, the U.S. mission in Nigeria described Lagbaja's recognition as a tribute to his visionary service and an affirmation of long-standing military ties between the two nations. The mission also noted that the gesture reflects a deepening partnership as Nigeria confronts complex security challenges. It's interesting, America. They are interesting. While you are saying this kiniko, you are inducting Lagbaja into War College International Hall of Fame. America, America. America carry. Anyway, we're really trusting God, but we should be pushing. Anybody can plan to come, but they're not going to be able to. They will not win. They will not win. But we have to speak up. And again, please let me say this one more time. If you're an APC person, like me, I'm not APC, but I support the president 100%. Right? I support him. If you're APC, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. If you're PDP, LP, no, not LP, those ones, there's something wrong. Okay, I think they're getting better now that Peter Obi has left the place. AAC, ADC, whatever party you belong to, please, to your long, don't reduce these conversations to is because they hate APC. This conversation is deeper than that. Are there people that hate the president? Yes. Are there people that hate APC? Yes. Are there people dying? Yes. You can have all the conversations together. You shouldn't be like, if I'm talking about this, it's as if I'm betraying the party. It doesn't make sense. You can say it with wisdom. There's fire on the mountain, and we're looking forward to solutions in the coming days. May God, may the souls of the departed rest in peace, and may God protect all of us. And by the way, those of you who are going everywhere taunting people with it, you know, you have to be very stupid to see people dying and then using that to insult Yoruba people and saying it's coming to your home and things like that, when literally in your region is literally boiling. Not with outsiders killing you people, your own people killing themselves. Like, you have to be very stupid to use what happened yesterday to be insulting people and saying things is going to happen in their homes, and you are saying it with so much glee, as if you are sharing good news. You know, there's some people in this world, their plan, Jesus talked about them, they're not planning to enter, but they will not allow anybody who wants to enter. In other words, they don't want joy. They just want to make sure that the suffering they have, the sadness that is their portion, extends to everyone. Interestingly, what we want is for them to get better. May they get better at some point. There's a video that's been trending for a bit. I'd like to play this video. It's a very... Is it even here? I think I've played it. Okay, I've played it already. The Fulani Governor of Bauchi State. I played it already. All right, we're going to move on to a conversation between Piers Morgan and Yusuf Tuga, who is I think he's the foreign minister, Nigeria's foreign minister. They had a conversation, and we'll listen to that. And there's also another clip where a lady got involved in the conversation, and she was very ignorant, but she spoke again. People who know nothing about what they're talking about speak about Nigeria as if they actually live there, but they don't know jack. But let's start with the conversation between Piers Morgan and Yusuf. Oh, this one is too long. Let me play the short one. So there's one that's 26 minutes. We don't have that time. But I think there's a shorter one of about 2 minutes. Yes, where is it? Okay, good. Please take a listen.
We don't want to be the next Sudan. We will not allow ourselves to be the next Sudan.
No, I understand that.
Faith-based groups that were agitating to be remembered. They're no longer there to fix Sudan.
Okay.
Not north, not south.
Okay.
It's Nigeria as a member of the Peace Council of the African
Let me jump in if I may.
With the heavy lifting.
Foreign Minister, if I may, I'd like to jump in if I may, because you do seem to be avoiding my questions. You know, you don't seem to know how many Christians have been murdered, which I find surprising.
I'm not.
Well, you haven't given me any. You've told me you don't know. Well, with respect, sir, you have not given.
Nigerians. So
no, I know what you said.
May not necessarily
I understand.
same as those that.
But you are, yes. what you're saying, if you could let me speak, what you're saying is that you dispute the numbers of Christians that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed. What we surely can agree on is how many Christian churches have been destroyed. Do you know how many?
Yes, I do. Over the last 2 years, there have been 52 churches, depending on which region, again, you are referring to, because there are different regions in Nigeria, and there are, I can give you the figures right here now. So,
well, how many since 2009?
Since 2009, since the last 5 years, the attacks, not destroyed, attacks on churches, 102. So we're not hiding any figures, you see. It's important to understand this. Same way that there are mosques that are destroyed. I don't even have to mention that. Nigeria is configured in such a way that you have Muslim and Christian populations all across the country. There are, of course, states out of the 36 states that we have that have a high concentration of Christians, the same way that there are states where you have a high concentration of Muslims.
I'm going to play the video with former Canadian MP Goldie Gamari, and when she challenged the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga. Take a listen to the, I don't know, I'm very careful not to call it the diatribe, but take a listen, please.
Every time, so this is why I was a little nervous after him. Yeah. What did you think?
Sorry, I'm playing on a different device. 1 second, please.
Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact. Here's what's happening in Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact same thing that happened on October 7 by Islamists when they broke into Israel and murdered Jews yelling Allahu Akbar. It's the exact same thing that ISIS terrorists did to the Yazidis in Iraq. It's the exact same thing that happened in Lebanon. Here's the only difference between what's happening today in Nigeria versus what happened 1,400 years ago when the Muslim Arab invaders came to Persia is that back then people did not have cameras, but today they do. It is 100% jihad. We've seen it before. This is how the Islamist playbook always happens.
Well, I don't think that the foreign minister was denying that bad things have been happening. He's just denying that it constitutes genocide. And that the numbers
of course, because his government is a part of it.
Of murders of Christians.
I think his government is complicit. Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. One of the things that he didn't mention to you is that typically it's been a constitutional convention in Nigeria that if the prime minister is Muslim, then if the president is Muslim, then the vice president is Christian. If the president is Christian, then the vice president is Muslim. This is intended to have a proper representation of the Nigerian population. Right now, you have a Muslim president, and then they decided to choose a Muslim vice president, and so there's actually no Christian representation in the Islamist government. By the way, this is a government that is working closely behind the scenes with the Islamic Republic of Iran. You should ask the foreign minister why Nigerian school children are holding pictures of the Ayatollah, who is a brutal dictator and is murdering my people in Iran. People need to look into the linkages between the current Nigerian government and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I was a politician for 7 years, and I can tell when someone is lying and avoiding the truth. That's exactly what this foreign minister is doing, and shame on him for lying.
Shame on you for being stupid. Like, this person is a very ignorant clown. This is the funny thing about this is why I'm very careful with foreigners discussing what's happening, especially if they're not humble enough to actually learn. I mean, number one, do we have an Islamic government in Nigeria? Of course we don't. Since when did we have a constitutional convention that if you have a Christian president, you must have a Muslim vice president? These are people who speak so much passion. It's Canadian, just talking, nothing sensible. Islamic government, how now? And I mentioned how the Nigerian government is, I mean, there are images, and by the way, I have the other image here. This lady is very ignorant. this image that she's saying, no, I mean, this is one of those. In fact, this is the image. The Ayatollah is being held up here, and the lady and the child is standing on. I mean, this is not acceptable, but it's what it is, on Israeli flag and holding Iranian flag. That's the image, right? What, I mean, in case you didn't see it very well, this is it. What she did not know, or what she doesn't still know, hopefully she knows now, is that this, right, are Shiites. And in Nigerian Islam, Nigerian Muslims are more Sunni than Shiite. So which means that majority of Nigerian Muslims are actually against this particular act of these kids who are Shiites. And Iran happens to be a Shiite, I mean, they are Shiite Muslims, let me put it that way. They are Shiite Muslims in Iran. So how on earth is an Islamic nation that is Sunni celebrating the Ayatollah in Iran? Like, it's crazy. That's why I said that when we have these conversations, there are many layers and many different interests. And it looks like people are trying to get what they want by just inserting themselves and introducing their own interpretation of events according to what suits the narrative, regardless of the reality on ground. Nigeria is an Islamic nation. Having a president that is Muslim and a vice president that is Muslim is not a problem. It is not a problem. And I explained that if you cannot have Muslim, that means that a southerner who is a Muslim can never become president. Why? We know why. Because religion is used as a tool, whether in politics or whatever it is, in the north. Using that, I mean, when she started mentioning you have a constitutional convention, I knew she was off. By the time she now mentioned that Nigerian government is having children with pictures, I was like, oh dear, no. But this is not the first time we're having Muslim, by the way. We don't usually act for juicy. This is not the first time. Idi Agbon was Muslim. Buhari was Muslim. And the clown in the comment section writing tribalism, you know, that's the water that your parents bathe you in, and not just bathe you with, bathe you in. Tribalism. You guys are so dumb. Whenever you accuse people of something, is what you do. And this conversation is actually above your thinking capacity. Like, you can't really think at this level. So maybe you just sit this one out. You either sit down and listen, or you find the door. Make sure it doesn't hit you on your way out. The point is that there are many layers to these things, and while we must, be serious about what's happening, and we have to speak up about it. There are issues in Nigeria. People are dying. Christians are being killed. This is not, forget whatever agenda. Christians are being killed, and they should be helped, especially in the Middle Belt. The clowns in the comment section, what's happening in their family house in the southeast has nothing to do with the issue in the Middle Belt. What's happening to them has nothing to do with religion. They are killing themselves because they are trying to get a nation. By the time they finish killing themselves, they're going to get whatever nation they want to get. May God call on Lord everyone. May God bless them and keep them. But the idea of people being killed for whether it's for faith, for land, for whatever reason, especially in North Central, is a reality. And we saw something similar in Kwara State yesterday. And we have to acknowledge that. However, these foreign observers who haven't read a thing about the country they're speaking about, we should also be very careful not to buy into what they are saying, especially because what they are saying doesn't make any sense. When you say that I'm sorry, I'm repeating it, it's important. When you say things like there's a constitutional convention in Nigeria to have Muslim, Christian, Muslim, there's nothing like that. When you say that Nigerian Muslims are celebrating the Ayatollah, that's nonsense. There's a reason why El Zakzaki was in prison. He's the leader of the Shiites. And when you see children, especially in Kaduna, because that's where the Shiites, that's where the base is, when you see them with the flag and with the Iranian flag and all of those things, it's because of all the Muslims in Nigeria. That's the concentration of the Shiites in the country. But you wouldn't know that because you want to push an agenda, and you have never said It has nothing to do with that. So we have problems. We shouldn't shy away from those things, but we should be careful of foreign interpretations and foreign, I don't know, people just inserting themselves. So Godi Gamari, or whatever her name is, I think she's the MP in Canada. I mean, good work, whatever she's trying to do, but terrible understanding of Nigerian complexity. All right, moving away from that. Excuse me. Yesterday, before the terrible event that happened in Kwara, 44 federal lawmakers write Tinubu. This from Channels TV. 44 federal lawmakers write Tinubu seek Nnamdi Kanu's release. In a new development in the growing call for Nnamdi Kanu's release, 7 federal lawmakers from both northern and southern regions of Nigeria have written a 2-page letter and resolution to President Bola Tinubu. In the letter, the lawmakers urge the president to invoke his constitutional powers to release Kanu from detention and to convene an all-inclusive political roundtable involving all stakeholders to address the country's challenges and find a lasting solution through political process. The lawmakers, under the aegis of concerned federal lawmakers, further called on President Tinubu to direct the Attorney General of the Federation as soon as practicable to exercise his constitutional authority to discontinue the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu. What's today's date? 19th. Tomorrow is the judgment, 20th. They will do that judgment too. They must tell us what's happening. After they have done it, they can do whatever they want to do. This should have been done since. Instead of that, they were grandstanding, disturbing everybody. Oh, I don't want any lawyers to represent me again. I represent myself. Then it gets oh, you have no right to prosecute me. Then they say, yeah, come and defend yourself. Then they say, I'm going to bring 23 people or 24 witnesses, including Sanwo-Olu and Wike. Oh yeah, bring them now. I'm not doing case again. All that nonsense didn't have to be done. You want political process, a political solution. Since they're in court, tomorrow is judgment. We are waiting for that judgment. If anything changes, that'll be based on the wisdom of the president. But it's quite interesting that they're writing this a couple of days to 20th of November. Someone says, "Can we have the names of lawmakers?" You have the names in a bit. The lawmakers, under the aegis of concerned federal lawmakers, further called on President Tinubu to direct the Attorney General of the Federation as soon as practicable to exercise his constitutional authority to discontinue the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu. The letter was signed by Honorable Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere. Let me just speak this way. Honorables, I don't want to be repeating Honorable Lera. The letter was signed by Honorables Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere, Obi Agwocha, Murphy Osaro, Peter Akpanke, Mudshiru Lukman, Paul Nnemechi, Barrister Sunday Syriacus, Obed Shehu, Engineer Dominic, Chief Ugu Emmanuel, Daniel Asama, Ago, Chike John Okafor, Adam Ogene Ogbaro, Emeka Martin Chinedu, Oke John Onwakalusi, Donatus Matthew, Ibe Osonwa. It's long. It's a long list. Most of them, of course, are actually Igbos. Almost 90% of them are Igbos, but they say north and south. I'm looking for this. Anyway, the lawmakers emphasized that discontinuing the prosecution and initiating a constructive dialogue is necessary to address the matter through a political window and achieve a lasting solution. The letter read in part. Let's read part of the letter. Excuse me. Dear Mr. President, the national interest-driven resolution by concerned federal lawmakers on the issue of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continued detention. After a closed-door strategic meeting of the following federal lawmakers committed to promotion of national unity and stability, and after extensive consultations across all party lines and different ethnic groups, we hereby wrote and subscribe to this letter to Mr. President concerning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, driven by the abiding and urgent. Oh boy, what are they really saying? Let me look for it. The introduction is so much. You know what? Let's just read it. It may not be like say they jump. Driven by the abiding and urgent need for national reconciliation and healing. There is no need for national reconciliation and healing in this country. There is need for the Southeast healing. It's not about Nigeria healing. Listen, we've been having Nigeria praised for many years, courtesy go on. What Nigeria needs is not healing in terms of what happened after the war. What Nigeria needs is for folks who are hurt to seek healing. Why? Because Nigeria has, I read something here the other day, it was on Tuesday, it was yesterday, what Nigeria did after the war. What individual Nigerian government did to settle. I mean, it was bad, to be honest. It was terrible what happened in the Southeast. But people have done everything they can. At this moment, it's just nonsense. It's just a way to keep blackmailing the rest of the country. Like, what else should be done? People were contributing money, food, medicine, clothes. I read it yesterday. It's from this book. Where is it? It's from the book by J. Sawe Ligo. It's titled Go On. Can more be done? Of course. More can be done. The Southeast needs more, just like every other part of Nigeria. But all these things where any small thing you're going back to, we need reconciliation. What? It's not, you don't really want it. You don't want reconciliation. You don't want healing. You just need to have something you can use as a tool. Any conversation, you use it to blackmail or manipulate the other people. It's nonsense. Does this mean people are not suffering, or whether from what happened after the war? Of course they are. But the point is, you can't see, your healing is your responsibility. Someone says, how come all this started after APC got into power? I think you're a 20, maybe 16-year-old. No, I have teenagers. They are smarter than you. You're very dull. You started in APC. You think this rhetoric started this year? Jean-Phil, we said here, did you have cotton wool in your hair when Buhari was president? You started now? Are you serious? When Buhari was president, you were praising the whole country. It was the same thing. The only time you didn't make noise was when you were eating, because you can't eat and talk at the same time. Table manners. Under Jonathan, you were fixed everywhere. Nobody complained about anything. Nobody asked for seaport, which you can never get because there's no sea in that part of the country, and that's what God did. It's not everybody's fault. Nobody complained about all these things they're complaining about. Because Jonathan was taking care of everybody. It was the Southwest that saw where. It says it just started. Is it not? Are we not? Weren't we the same country when we started hearing? Thank you, Zari. When we started hearing Jubilee of Sudan, who came up with that idea? APC. Listen, I said something earlier about APC. I don't care for any political party. I wish everybody well, but you can't be stupid with this nonsense. What did APC do? APC made you to come up with Jubilee of Sudan, and just about everybody from your region believe that nonsense. You're not ready. Let me just read some of the funny things they wrote here. They said, driven by the abiding and urgent need for national reconciliation and healing, and having noted the federal government's open negotiations with militants and different agitating groups in different parts of Nigeria, and in view of the insecurity that has pervaded Southeast since late 2015 and which spiked since 2021, and in the realization of the many domestic court and international tribunal pronouncements in favor of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and in the face of the growing national groundswell supporting the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for the discontinuance of his prosecution, we, the within named federal lawmakers, hereby respectfully and earnestly request our dear President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as follows: to, as soon as practicable, direct the Attorney General of the Federation to exercise his constitutional powers and discontinue the prosecution of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu 2 days to judgment. They have to start teaching strategy as a course in school. I'll take it slowly. They have to start teaching strategy as a course in Nigerian schools. Where was I? Yeah, they should discontinue the prosecution of Nnamdi Kanu, and to pursuant to the discontinuance of the prosecution, initiate a constructive dialogue aimed at seeking a just political solution of the matter. What is the solution? He wants a different country. What does that mean? These guys, these lawmakers, right, the thing they can do right now that will make everybody pray for them and their generation is that 44 of them should push for a clause, for a secession clause in Nigeria. I'll take that again. They should push for a secession clause to be included in the Nigerian constitution. Generations will bless them. That's what they should be doing. If you need political solution, that's the political solution. They should push for secession clause that Azikiwe spoke against in 1954, which is the real issue. If you're really being serious, it's not about Nnamdi Kanu. Before Nnamdi Kanu, there were others. After him, there will be others. Right? Sorry about that. If this happens again, I'm going to have to move back to this device. I think this is TikTok just being funny. I was saying that I have nothing to gain from the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu. What I think should happen is just pronounce the judgment. If you want to release him, release him. If you want to send him to prison, send him to prison. Whether it's for 2 months, 6 years, 1 year, or just let him go. Whatever you want to do, do it. But it's not about him. Before him, there was Ralph, who was Rike. With him, there was Simon Ekpa, who is now in prison in Finland. I don't know why the lawmakers did not write Finnish government to release Ekpa. There's Gentle Yahoo or Gentle the Yahoo. There's Angel something makeup. Angel makeup. The names of Jesus. They're not very creative. You have all these people rising. After him, it's an idea. This is not the solution to the problem. I have no problem with what they are doing, but the 44 of them should be pushing a bill for the inclusion of secession in Nigeria's constitution. That's what they should be doing. And once you have that, what's next? Referendum. Let the people vote. If they want to stay, they stay. If they want to leave, they leave. It's not about Kanu. I don't even know the kind of leaders we get for this country. It's not about Kanu. It's about the fact that a people must be able to choose if they want to stay in the country or if they want to leave. And that's a right they should be able to exercise. That's my own position. And I have no problem with that. If they say they want to secede, we can all go to your tent or Israel. Everybody will be fine. But you can't keep dilly-dallying, and then when they tell you to leave the country, you say you want to leave, they tell you to leave, say, oh, you are a bigot, you are a bigot, you are a bigot. Someone said South does not have the vote. What do you mean South does not have the vote? It's not about South having the vote. It's about the region that wants to break away. They are the ones that will vote. If they want to stay or they want to leave. It's not about Nigeria. It's not national election now. It's referendum. You go to the area. You guys want to pull out. In fact, everybody can even say all of us want to pull out. If you say you go to the southeast now, have a referendum for them, whatever they call it. They vote to stay or to leave. If the majority vote to stay, they stay and never complain again in their life. If they vote to leave, they get into how they're going to get them out of the country, and that's it. That's the it's nothing. It has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, if you free him, you don't free him, people will still want Biafra. They will still, and guess what? I think they have a right to desire Biafra. That's the thing about me. I think they have a right to want to go. I just think that the process should be political. And once they vote, whatever comes out of it is theirs. And I could wake up tomorrow, since we now have that in the constitution, I could say I want to have Yoruba people leave too. But here's the point: once you vote that you're not leaving, if you complain again, Ajalo ma jenu yen. Now dog will chop them out, because you go complain. They go say you can't vote. You can't. They say, why are you pursuing me out? Are you a bigot? Have you noticed what's happening now? You say to people, we will leave Nigeria, I want to get out of Nigeria. Then people say, okay, go. So you are bigot. Don't you want to go? You don't really want to go, but guess what? I don't care. My advice to the 44 lawmakers, well done. If you can hear me, God bless you. But please, sponsor that bill. Sponsor the bill for the inclusion of secession clause in Nigeria's constitution. We don't have it right now. That's the problem. Once you sponsor it, let people vote. If they vote to leave, let them go, because then they will have the basis for exiting Nigeria, and that's fine. This other thing about looking for a political solution and saying, what do you want to give him? Give him what did they give Tompolo? Because they were talking about what happened in other parts of Nigeria, negotiations with militants. They had to invoke that. You see this boy, let me mute you before I insult you. I can't even insult you. I'll probably insult your father, because I'm and your papa be mates. You're very stupid. I don't know the kind of spirit that enters into some of you. Very stupid children. Here's the point. They should push that thing, and then people should go. And if you vote not to go, if you vote to remain in Nigeria, it's the app. It's the app, and I think it's the app and this cable. Someone said marginalized. Marginalized, wow. If I hear I don't want to know whether it's margin or Maggie from the southeast after that referendum. If I hear there's no marginalized, there's nothing. Just vote. So our dear lawmakers, thank you very much for deeming it fit. This is my message to them. Thank you very much for deeming it fit to write a letter to the president seeking political solution to the problem of the Southeast. Thank you very much. However, what you really need to do is for the 44 of you to push a bill for the inclusion of secession clause in the Nigerian constitution. Please do that, so that your people can vote to stay or leave, and whatever they decide to do will be what everybody works with. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your region, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. They mentioned here, listen to what they said though, having noted the federal government's open negotiations with militants. That's why you should not be having Guinea. But now, so the question is that what would they give Nnamdi Kanu now? Is it pipeline, or line pipe, or gas pipe, or filling station? I'm looking at what's in Abia State that they can give him. Because now they're talking about Tompolo Hill. Political solution. How did God forgive you? May God forgive you, Ayodeji. I don't even want to read that. I don't want to read it out loud. It was a Baba. I hear, but I'm not sure if is that a joke or is it real? Someone says these people are not stable. They will say the referendum elections was rigged. And that's it. They should go and call Amerigonka, Europa, Japan, all of them to come and help them do international observers. So it was really a barber. If he was a barber and was able to do this for his people, I don't know if this speaks to the wisdom of the people or to his intelligence. 1 second, please. I don't know if this speaks to the wisdom of the people or his own intelligence, but I would rather say maybe it's his intelligence. Let's just say it's his intelligence, like he's intelligent. The guy reads nothing. Over the last week, you know how videos fly around on social media. I heard some of his clips and I was like, is this what this guy was saying and people believed him? Like, you don't even have to research to see the stupidity in what he was saying. And people believe that. No fact, no references, no. Like, it's the easiest thing to sell. Anger. And blaming every other person for your issues is the easiest commodity to sell in the East. Someone says, not an emergency lawyer. Yeah, so lawyer that say he cannot defend himself again. You know, now they are looking. This political solution is actually the right path, but I think they should have taken it a long time ago. But I don't think this is the path they should even take, because that political solution, there's the real path and the fake path. This is the fake one. The real one is that secession clause. We need it. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Igboland. And once you get it, please, Alora Meramelanria and Konrabwe. If you don't understand that, ask a Yoruba person, they'll tell you what that means. It means just go. Just go. Once you say referendum, you know, to exit, just exit. May God bless you on your trip. All right. A couple more things before we move on today to the topic. Someone says, what was Obi telling them? They are naturally gullible. Jesus is Lord. I don't even want to talk on that. Jesus Christ. Do you remember the lady Uzo? Uzo, who was trying to appropriate Yoruba culture and insult us, you know, on top of that. Like I said, when the whole thing started, it wasn't about the spelling of Owambe. Owambe has always been spelled with an M or and an N, depending on who was spelling it. Some people spell it as Owambe, some people Owambe. And I have examples of both going back to the 1970s and even beyond. So it's not the problem, but it's a person who is appropriating other people's cultures and wouldn't even acknowledge it, because for them, or for that particular person, for this girl, it's anathema, right? If she acknowledges where she's getting something from, it will maybe reduce her brand or whatever. Anyway, she put out a statement yesterday. A lot of things happened yesterday. And she put on a statement which, I don't know, it says, in light of recent, she calls it official statement concerning the use of the term Owambe. The conversation is not about the term Owambe. It's about appropriation of people's culture. And I read out a number of, you know, in different parts of the world. This has happened in the US, happened in Europe, happened with Adidas, right? When we talk about appropriation of Mexican stuff, footwears, even Indians have spoken about it when I think one of this major fashion brand used whatever their culture to develop a product without giving them what's the word, without acknowledging that it's theirs. All this nonsense about, you know, I'm doing clothes, not really Yoruba culture, but you're using it, and you will see people, they will see everything Lagos culture, Lagos is, but as though they are going to die if they mention the word Yoruba. But what they are saying is literally Yoruba. Anyway, this is a funny statement she put out. In light of recent communications and subsequent public discourse regarding my exhibition titled An Owambe Exhibition, I wish to issue the following formal clarification. The statement is provided in the interest of procedural. I don't have time to read this nonsense. The point is that regardless of what she has written, I hope that those who are committed to ensuring that this thing does not hold, stay committed. This is the month she's trying to start. And it's that same month, a few days to the opening, that she's now writing a letter acknowledging the Oba, His Royal Majesty Obariwa and Babatunde Osholale, the same person that this clown said a few weeks ago when they said to her last month, when someone says, is it true that Oba Akiolu of Lagos rejected your request about the Owambe exhibition? She responded, you can't reject a request that I never asked him permission for. About the king. People of God, if you have children now, or you're going to have kids, one of the things you want to give your kids is the ability to use their heads and to understand the concept of respect. Respect. I can't even read this letter. It's long and it's unnecessary, and it just shows grandstanding. You see, have a person, even days to that stuff, still writing, just saying, okay, I have a right to do this thing. This is what I want to do. I don't really mean this thing, and I'm talking specifically to the king. That's what's in the letter. I can't read. It's a waste of time. But here's the point. I don't think that event should hold. I don't think it should hold. By the way, there's no reason it should hold in the southwest in Lagos. I mean, Nigeria is big, isn't it? And she's from the east. She can always have. They're trying to move 30 December to the southeast. She can always have it there. You don't have to appropriate anything there. Just call it something from your place. You can call it an Okpa exhibition and have a great time. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know. What's this clothes they use? You know, an Isiagu exhibition. It should be nice, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You know, just have a great time. People gather, you know, whether in Anambra or in Abia, just have a great time. You would never need to have to apologize to Yoruba people, or even you can do whatever you want. Of course, you can't use Yoruba stuff, sha. I don't know how people are raised to have this regard for authority or for their neighbors. Someone says 30 December in Southeast, who will attend? I saw a video the other day. Somebody said nothing is happening in the Southeast in terms of security crisis, that people are just saying it to scare people away, that they should come home. I don't know about the first part, whether nothing is happening there, because I'm not from there. If I say something's happening in your house and you tell me that nothing is happening there, I don't have a right to insist. But I like the fact that she said they should come back home. I mean, that's important. All right. We're going to move on. I saw somebody wanted to come up earlier. Someone wants to come up earlier. Anyway, that's about that for today's news. We've had a roller coaster of a ride, and we just hope that things get better for Nigeria. What happened in Kwara State yesterday was terrible, and those abducted, I hope the government does what they have to do so they can secure their release. And Southwest, we have to protect our space, and we hope that the governors, just like they did with Amotekun, will begin to speak up about arming them and training them to international standard, not Nigerian standard. You know, train them, ensure that community policing becomes our watchword in the Southwest, and that our borders are secured, our forests are secured. We need to do that in Southwest. And people are speaking up on that, and I hope our governors listen and do what needs to be done. All right, moving on from the news, we're going to go to the topic of today, which is how Nigeria's first republic ended. It's going to be the final session, by the way. Whatever happens, it has to be the final session. On Friday, we're going to have our game show, Redomi Republic. The first episode is online. If you want to contest, please join us on Friday. But before then, let me just put up this thing very quickly. We have some people who are registering. We want to make sure we have it. We don't want to just have one for the week. We want to have as many as possible, and then we can now determine the date. So that's the address to go to if you want to be part of it. Linktree/Redomi Republic. You have a form there. Fill the form. It's very easy, actually. Fill the form. Then you come on TikTok and we have that session. You stand a chance to win cash prizes. Every correct answer you provide fetches you a certain amount of money, right? And then you can even get to multiply that money. You can multiply it by 2 and make a lot of money. Now, I think something that will interest you. The session is meant to educate us in a fun way. So please join us. Go to linktree/Radio Republic and register, and we'll reach out to you so we can have you on set here on Friday. Thank you very much. Having said that, let's get to today's topic. May God bless Nigeria, every part of the country, and may the carnage stop. It looks like we have some people who want to speak. So it's 6:29. We're going to make it very quick. If we do it now, we'll not be able to have people come up later, shall, because of the time. So let me bring the person up. Since you already sent request, I'll bring you up. And please, we'll stick to 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Mr. Lani Yaini. Ẹkọjọ́ mẹ́ta o. Mọ́bọ̀. Ṣé wà?
Mo wà o. Ẹkúṣẹ́ takuntakun. Ẹkúṣẹ́ sà. Mo join program late, but I met you on when you talking about Nnamdi Kanu and those clown. Don't write the President Tinubu should release him. You know. The life that Nnamdi Kanu have indirectly taken, I did not matter in Southeast. The thing is that it is precedent. Nnamdi Kanu should be sentenced. You understand? You should be sentenced because someone free and innocent. The guy is arrogant. He never feel remorseful. Why do you want to release him? Because when you release him, you're going to take a precedent for another person to come out in the next 5 years or 2 years and threaten Nigeria again. Yeah, and threaten Nigeria again. The thing is that Nnamdi Kanu should be sentenced. Maybe next president can now pardon him and release him, maybe after 8 years or thereabout. But he should be sentenced so that it will sound a record straight. Because it will not be good now. What we are facing today is what happened when Nigeria forgive Ojukwu and bring him back to Nigeria. You know. That is why everybody can come in. That's why everybody can come in and threaten Nigeria that his president or Biafra do this one. That's what happened in militant now. By what they call it, that they have to pardon them, bandits. It's the same thing. When Biafra wages war against Nigeria, they pardon them and bring them back to the Nigeria military and Nigeria community. The same thing people have been pardoned in that way also. Because Ojukwu, after he lead people to war, on avoidable war, and ran away, Nigeria brought him back. He even contest to become a president of Nigeria as a senator and the president also. He even bragged that MKO should be hanged in 1993. You know, these are the things. When Nigeria did not punish Ojukwu, then you see the militants did the same thing, destroy our pipeline, kidnap people. They give them mercy and give them back to the communities. Now, Wazirike did the same thing. They forgive him and throw him back to the community. Look at how that guy make money. Because people now say that wherever you threaten government, you will be paid and become popular and you have money. And our own person also, Gani Adams, under Jonathan was giving $9 billion to secure pipeline. That was not his job. What kind of a country are we running? The same thing brought Sunday Igboho to threaten again. In other words, in Sunday Igboho, let us negotiate. Let them come and negotiate with us. Nobody voted for you to speak on behalf of people. Nobody voted for Nnamdi Kanu to speak on behalf of Igbos. Why are you now threatening government and you expect government to now give him money? Look at what this guy become billionaire. This guy from Finland. Nnamdi Kanu also become a billionaire overnight. People are donating for him. They believe he was saying the right thing. Igbo will not go. You are not even seeking the permission or the consent of South. I just want to carve them join to you. How are you going to do that? Now, if you go now, South will not go with you. Because the indirect referendum will show it. When you're doing your sit at home, the South are not sitting at home with you. That means you're not in the same page. Now, if Igbo seceded out of Nigeria, they will be at the middle. How are they going to get the airspace? You have to beg to land your air. You have to beg to land of the. You have to beg to come to Nigeria. They will be the biggest loser. Their leaders know All they are doing is negotiation. They just want to use these boys and negotiate to the table. Whenever they lost politics at the center, that's why they started, bringing all this marginalization. The same thing happened in 1964, when Akintola was saying the next election, I just say, this Igbo does not like you. They are taking over all your things. The next election want to go with the North. And Zeke knew that he had been losing faith because people of the North have seen what Zeke are doing. They put his own people on appointments, every administrative. So changing the North also. The North also, we need a new friend. Now they are coming with Akintola. That was what prompted that coup. They knew that next election, they're going to lose everything. Now, after they lost under Jonathan, they dominate Jonathan cabinets. Every ministry, every department, Minister of Power, they are there. Minister of Finance, they are there. Minister of Labor and Productivities, they are there. Every other Minister of Aviation, they were there. Minister of they were there. Every ministry. You cannot direct investment to your region. Now, after you lost it, we have been marginalized. They take us out. Jonathan has been bullied out of government. All these guys, this is how they are doing. The same thing happened in the North. And again, this insecurity in the North, I think Nigeria should maybe resource control or break up. We cannot control like this. Because if you go with resource control, that means if you want to sit at home, sit at home. Whatever you eat, now you go shop. Whatever you shop, now you go take flight. Now, we are using money from the south and southwest to finance all this bagger. You sit at home, you don't make money to federal government, and federal government keep giving you money. In the North, you create bandits. Look at what happened. That place in Kebbi is one senatorial district. What is the senator doing? What is the National Assembly rep is doing? His constituency senatorial district. A governor. What are they doing? How many population do they have in that senatorial district? Can't they look about what's happening in the environment? These are the things we have to ask questions, not Tinubu alone. What is happening with the governor? Securing money, taking money every month, allocations, security votes. What are they doing with the money? And in Ilorin also, in Kwara, what is the governor doing? We need to change our way of criticizing the center. Let's take these guys, this governor, let's take them out. If they don't want to do the job, let them leave the job. All the states are subnationals. The state governor have this boundary on their own. Federal government does not have the land. That is why state does not want to give Buhari when Buhari want to do a Ruga. Federal government have to beg. If federal government to start a low-cost housing, they have to beg for state to give them land. If not to start farming, they have to beg for state to give them land. This land belongs to the states. But what are they doing? They should turn up for their responsibility. Nigeria should change our perspective of blaming only one person. Well, we voted for how many executive? 36 executive plus 1, 37. And local government, they are executive, local government are executive too. People should take up responsibility. These are the things. Right. Resource control. If there is resource control, this right. Madness will stop. Thank you very much. This madness will stop. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for all you've been doing. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your submission. It was fantastic, and you made very, 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 very good points. Talking about setting a precedent with if you proscribe an organization and call it a terrorist organization, and then you're having a conversation with that organization, and this is even a day before judgment. No, we're going to wait for tomorrow. Let the judgment come first. After that one, we'll now know what to do. What they are doing right now, they should have done all this while, to be honest, right? They should have done it. And what we need right now from them, I mentioned earlier, let's have secession clause, and then we'll do what we have to do. But quickly, let me respond to Aboigbepo Agbeti Kunote on YouTube. You say there is nobody asking you to donate anything on the form. There's nothing like that in the form. Nothing like that. So please, and please go to the right place. Don't give you. I'm not asking for money on the form. Nobody's asking you to pay anything to be part of the session. No, we are the one give you money if you win, if you do well, and no matter how no matter what you do, you get some money, even if it's a very recharge card. But the truth of the matter is that if you do what you make, like we have cash prizes to offer. We're not asking people to give us money. The people we're asking to give us money are people who want to support us, and they don't have to fill any forms. They just need to like use the bank details that I'm going to provide later today, right? We have people who say, "Oh, support us and put money there." Not that before you contest you have to pay. There's nothing like that. I don't know the form you're looking at, but please go to the right link. It's Redomi Republic. Right, Redomi Republic, Linktree/Redomi Republic. That's what you are looking for, please. God bless you. Don't give people your money and ratio. All right. If you are Shani Showal, I'm going to reach out to you later. We'll have, I think we have maybe 1 or 2 sessions on Friday in terms of the game show Redomi Republic. But thank you very much for being here. And again, please check out Redomi Republic on YouTube to watch our game show. Having said that, let's get to today's topic. Thank you very much, Ms. Olani, for speaking up so passionately, and I hope that we have sensible decisions being made as it has to do with Nigeria. Excuse me. All right, let's get to today's topic. How Nigeria's first republic ended, part 9. Thank you, Ms. Olani. I'm going to have to take you down now. So we dive right into today's topic. Awesome. Our main text. Edauto, I was looking for you 2 days ago, Mirinho. Shewa. Mwa yi mugbe was okay, mi orin keguke. Okay, lemon. Maybe after this session, since we had only one person, Emily was okay, Tabatapari, LA. Well, good to see you. I actually feel a bit lighter. When we started, it was a bit heavy because of what happened. And yeah, God help Nigeria. God bless us. All right. Our main text has been Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. It's a very fantastic book, and people have asked me, how do you get it? To be honest, many of the books I read here you can find on Redomi Books. On Telegram, Redomi Books, but this particular one is out of stock, and sincerely, I don't know where you can get it. When I bought this book, it was like a miracle. I went to because we didn't have where we get our stock from, they didn't have it, so I went to another place to buy, and they said they did not have, because it's been out of print, they can't find it anymore. So I was like, okay, no problem. I'll just go and look for another book. While I was looking through the book, I found this book was rumpled, like had dog ears already. Normally, I wouldn't buy it because I'm finicky like that. But this one, I had to buy. So I don't know, right? Maybe on Amazon, but I've not checked. But many of the books that we read, you can find on Redomi Books on Telegram. Okay? So let's get back to the book, Beckoned to Serve by Shehu Shagari. We're going to see if we can finish today. The bit about the book from Ken Saro-Wiwa on a Darkling Plain, we'll come back to that later. Excuse me. We'll come back to that later, and we'll get into the other details in that book. Okay. You said a lot of stuff. We're not going to go back to everything. You've talked about how the counter coup happened. We'll listen to that again tomorrow, by the way, from different perspectives, from Shehu Shagari, from Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, from AHM Green, and from T.Y. Danjuma. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Okay, we're going to listen to that event from different perspectives. All right, that will be tomorrow. But today, we're not going to go back to that. We're just going to move on to what happened afterwards. So we said last time we talked about after the counter coup of July 28, 29, that the North was planning to secede, and they called that Operation Araba. The idea was to break Nigeria apart and to have a Republic of the North, and they even commandeered airplanes, 2 BOAC and Swiss Air VC-10 airliners. They briefly commandeered on 29 July. Each made one trip to Kano, conveying families of northern troops. So they were moving their people to the north, and the folks who were marching, they said they should go to Ilorin. They're going to break Nigeria apart. But they were prevailed upon by some permanent secretaries and other public figures, and also by the British High Commissioner and the United States Ambassador. Some of the permanent secretaries were Alhaji Musa Dagash, Abdulaziz Attar, Yusuf Gobir, and Philip Asioju, Aida, and so on and so forth. The Federal Chief Justice, Sir Adetokunbo Ademola, was also involved, and the Inspector General of Police, Alhaji Kamsalem, and Sule Katagum, the Chairman, Federal Public Service Commission, was also involved in the negotiations. And of course, we have Francis Coming Bruce, who was the British High Commissioner, and Herbert Matthews, the United States Ambassador. And so when they were done, they had to come to a compromise, and I'll just read from here. On August 1, Gowon accordingly assumed power as head of state and supreme commander. We're just going to move on like this. Let's just go on like that. In an apparently hastily prepared broadcast to an expectant nation, Gowon briefly reviewed the country's recent and prevailing troubles and promised to do his utmost to restore normalcy. Something just hit me right now. We've always been talking about restoring normalcy for how many years now? This was in 1966. There's always one thing like the other. We should be having conversations about development. We hope normalcy is restored to Kwara State now. It is well. All right. In an apparently hastily prepared broadcast to an expectant nation, Gowon briefly reviewed the country's recent and prevailing troubles and promised to do his utmost to restore normalcy. He earnestly hoped the country's problems would be resolved amicably, envisaged a return to democracy as soon as practicable, and made a number of other pledges. Iran's unitary system of government, Gowon insisted, had been thoroughly discredited. Hence, he repudiated it. This particular aspect of the speech, as is now well known, immediately proved controversial, exploited no doubt for purely selfish political reasons. Anyhow, Gowon moved deftly to appoint Colonel Robert A. Adebayo as Western Region Governor, and on 2nd August released Chief Awolowo from prison, an action which was warmly welcomed in Lagos and in the West. Then on 4th August, Dr. Okpara, the erstwhile Eastern Premier, was also freed, as were Chief Anikayode, the one-time Western Deputy Premier, and 14 other former AG, NCNC, and NNDP prominent politicians. One of the things that we said on this matter is that folks have lied, saying that Ojukwu released Awo. The truth of the matter is that Ojukwu didn't even say he released Awo when Awo was released. I'm going to quickly just, get us back to the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. I'm just going to read that portion, then we'll get back to this. We'll come back to this book. All right, it says here, this is, again, On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. It was about this time that Lieutenant Colonel Gowon set Chief Awolowo and Chief Enaoro free. Gowon himself received Chief Awolowo at the airport and assured him that the nation would still need his services. The Yoruba people went berserk with joy. I say the Yoruba people advisedly. Opponents of Chief Awolowo there were, no doubt, but the leadership of that camp had also been in prison since the January coup. General Gowon had also set them free, and with Chief Akintola out of the way, there was hope that the Yoruba would reunite under Awolowo and that peace would therefore return to Western Nigeria at long last. The act of freeing Awolowo pleased the Yorubas immensely. Although Ojukwu sent Awolowo a telegram of congratulations on his release from detention, affirming that the decision to release him was one of the last acts of the Ironsi regime, the Yorubas did not appear willing to believe him, and we still don't. We don't care. More so as the Igbos had appeared to be courting the North, as witnessed the installation by Ojukwu of the Emir of Kano as Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Credit for the release of Awolowo went solidly to Gowon. You must have heard some lunatics, curse people out and shout that, no, we must make you know, Ojukwu did not release Awo. The funny thing is this, even when you show them the video of Gowon welcoming, receiving the Papa Awo, this clown still keeps talking nonsense, right? So that's from, I just read it from two books. So we have, like I always say, the Bible says in the mouth of two witnesses, the truth shall be established. That's what we like to compare sometimes. Back to this one now. Beckoned to serve by Shehu Shagari. The same day, Gowon announced that representatives of regional governors would meet shortly in Lagos to advise the regime on immediate measures necessary to restore confidence and stability in the country. On the eve of that meeting, August 8, Gowon broadcast his first policy statement in which he abolished the unification decree and restored the federal system. Again, he did not introduce unitary system. He did not abolish the regions. That's what Iransi did. So he says here, he abolished the unification decree and restored the federal system, although this was not formally decreed until 1st September. He restated his faith in Nigerian unity and made a number of promises, notably the reorganization of the armed forces to insulate them from politics, the eradication of corruption, and full consultation with the people on the form of association they desire for themselves. The return to federalism would serve as a basis for the latter, and the consultation itself would be via regional leaders of thought. But amidst this upbeat atmosphere, there remained a major difficulty. Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu continued to reject Lieutenant Colonel Gowon's leadership. Ojukwu had asserted in a broadcast within hours of Gowon's takeover speech that the leadership belonged to Brigadier Ogundipe, being the most senior officer after Iransi. He also opined that the July killings had once again cast serious doubts as to whether the people of Nigeria can ever sincerely live together, and that he would ask Eastern chiefs and interest groups to advise him on what to do. Ojukwu's indignation was quite understandable, if plainly self-righteous. But the simple truth behind Ojukwu's correct argument about military seniority was that he himself saw Gowon as a junior and was therefore unwilling to accept his command. Yet, the seniority between Ojukwu and Gowon was really a question of one day's difference between their respective promotions to lieutenant colonel. That such a trivial issue should have obstructed a compromise in the national interest is one of the most poignant aspects of the Nigerian drama, one which I believe would find favor in a democracy. That's a lot of Turenchi. He's saying that Ojukwu said he couldn't, accept the leadership of Gowon, and that the right person to take over should have been Brigadier Ogundipe. And I remember saying it last time, in case you were not here. If you read the book, The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John, a very funny drama, played out there. Ojukwu insisted that Gowon should take power, but Ojukwu was just kidding himself. Why? When a coup takes place, military hierarchy is suspended. Nobody cares who is your guy. It's the person or persons who organize the coup that determine who will be their head. And I think what they should have done is they should have retired this man. That's the mistake I think Gowon made, and I don't even blame him because it wasn't like he was prepared for it. They should have retired Ojukwu. You cannot talk about the fact that, there's hierarchy, the next person is Ogundipe. Meanwhile, I read something from that book the other day. Ojukwu ran away from government house in Enugu. He ran to the police headquarters. He then ran away from that place 67 miles. He ran to Onitsha, hiding. It was while in hiding that he took a phone and called Brigadier Ogundipe in Lagos, telling him that the East was solidly behind him, even though he was hiding under one duvet. So when you say things like he should go to Ogundipe, number one, it was a coup, not army promotion. And this man, Shehu Shagari, is explaining that, you see, the difference between Ojukwu and Gowon was just that one day between their promotion. In other words, maybe one was promoted on a Monday, Ojukwu was promoted on Monday to lieutenant colonel, and then Gowon was promoted on a Tuesday. But all of that is even secondary. The point is, it was a coup. And the way coups happen, nobody cares about hierarchy. That's why if you notice, in most cases, they retire the senior guys. Because they don't want to have problems like this one that Ojukwu was giving him. But that's not the real issue. What's the real issue? Let's look at the book Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. It's a book published in 1968, written by Neil Graham Douglas. He was the Attorney General of the Eastern Region, appointed by Ojukwu himself. And this is what he had to say. Now, what he's talking about here is in August. But I want to read something that happened in June, after the May crisis in the north. On the return of my military governor from Lagos, on or about the 7th of June, I had the opportunity of a full-length discussion of the situation with him. And the one thing that emerged from such discussion was his determination to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. When was this? June. There was no counter coup at this time. What has happened here was that there was killings in the north, unfortunate, but there was no counter coup, all those things had not happened at this point, right? Even the real killings of July had not happened. This was just civilians being murdered, which is terrible, by the way. But as at 7th of June, Ojukwu had already made it clear to Nebogram Douglas that I was going to pull out of the country. I was going to take the East out of the Federation sooner or later. Quote, "We are finished with the Federation. It is all a question of time." End of quote. He assured me. I wondered. I knew that he had hoped to become head of state. Listen, no. He wrote this book, Ojukwu was still alive. This was in 1968. I didn't say 1938. So Ojukwu was alive, and it's not 2024. Ojukwu was alive. He says here, I wondered. I knew that he had hoped to become head of state of the Federation of Nigeria sometime, replacing Major General Aguiyi Rossi, the contempt for whom he did not much disguise. Founding such hope as he did on the belief that by virtue of his formal education, sorry, 1 second. We have retards who come here from time to time. One of them is Magdi. You are a retard. I apologize to everyone, but that guy is a retard. I have to tell him. You do this thing every time. In case you understand Yoruba, I said you do this every time as if you are cursed. So calm down. Where was I? Back to Nebogram Douglas. I wondered. I knew that he had... Oh, dear Lord. I knew that he had hoped to become head of state of the Federation of Nigeria sometime, replacing Major General Aguiyi Rossi, the contempt for whom he did not much disguise, founding such hope as he did on he would be more acceptable than the other possibles for the position in due course. Go on, or wouldn't submit to his leadership was because he wanted to be the Oga. This was not about Gowon, it was about his ambition. Then it says here, that hope was dashed by the northern incident of 29th May and after an unmistakable expression of resentment of Igbo domination. He wasted no time in planning for himself for the future, and the one answer was to be head of state of an independent Eastern Nigeria, by whatever name it might be called. I realized this at once in the course of our discussion, but there was nothing I could do other than advise that such a move would be successful only if predicated upon the common consent of all the peoples comprised in the region, and that accordingly his first task would be to work for the solidarity of the peoples. I was still in that position when on July 29 the country was awakened to the news of another coup d'etat. The former one was Igbo inspired and executed. This time it was a northern affair. When was this written? 1968. They knew there was an Igbo coup and they knew there was a northern counter coup. And the Igbos liked the fact that there was an Igbo coup until the counter coup. That's when they began to say, we didn't do it. It's just that some of us were there. I'll read it again. I was still in that position when on 29 July, the country was awakened to the news of another coup d'etat. The former one was Igbo inspired and executed. This time it was a northern affair. On learning of it, we of the Eastern administration were at once paralyzed by fear of our own safety and of the probable outcome of it all. But at first, we adopted an attitude of wait and see, which soon gave way to a strong hope of immediate independence and sovereignty for Eastern Nigeria, brought about by news reaching us on Saturday, July 30, that negotiations were going on in Lagos between representatives of the northern officers of the Nigerian army behind the coup and those still loyal to the federal military government, and that the firm standpoint of the northerners was the disintegration of the country into 4 or so sovereign and independent nations on the basis of the existing regions. Nothing could be more pleasing to the Eastern Executive Council, and if the manner in which the name Republic of Biafra was immediately suggested and readily accepted for this prospective entity is something to go by, one might say that we now had before us, I'll tell that again, one might say that what we now had before us was the hope of the immediate fulfillment of a long-standing desire. What does it mean? He's saying that after the July 29 coup, they were all afraid. They didn't know what to do. But they got news that the northern officers were actually trying to break the country apart, and they were so happy that somebody even suggested the name Republic of Biafra. In other words, and Igbos, if you are here, please listen, the name Biafra did not come in 67. It came because of the possibility that the north was going to split the country in 66. That's in July. And when they were prevailed upon by the people I mentioned earlier, Alhaji Kam Salem, Adetokunbo Ademola, British High Commissioner, American Ambassador, and so on and so forth, they then changed their mind. So that's what I'm trying to say here. So they were happy that, after all, they're going to break this country. Until, of course, they didn't break it. It will be recalled that the first time the Nigerian political atmosphere was dominated by the dark cloud of secession was in 1963. The very first time Nigeria was going to have that secession issue was in 1963. Guess what? That was 9 years after Papa suggested that secession clause be included in the Nigerian constitution. 9 years. Zik was against it, but Zik region wanted to secede in 63, just 9 years after the incident in London. It will be recalled that the first time the Nigerian political atmosphere was dominated by the dark cloud of secession was in 1963, following the national census enumeration of that year, when the Eastern Nigerian government took the strong position that the northern-dominated federal government had manipulated the figures so as to give the North an undue numerical advantage over the rest of the country, and particularly to the prejudice of the East. In consequence of that position, the Premier of Eastern Nigeria and his ministers threatened to take the East out of the Federation, and in the end, wise statesmanship on all sides prevailed to prevent the situation from deteriorating into a national calamity. But even after that episode, the East did not appear to have settled down to a complete reconciliation with the idea of the perpetual maintenance of the integrity of the Federation and of that of the absence in the Nigerian Constitution of a provision enabling any constituent region to secede from the whole, if and when it might wish to do so. But now, arising out of an evil thing, a northern-inspired and executed military coup was the likelihood of the attainment at no distant date of the goal of independence and sovereignty. That is, a complete political break with the rest of the Federation, which the East, through its politicians and leaders, had set for itself since crude oil was first exported from Port Harcourt in eastern Nigeria in 1958. It was a matter in respect of which they appeared not to have seen any virtue in silence and secrecy. What does all that Turinchi mean? You see, the eastern region was cool and calm until oil was discovered in commercial quantity in Oloibiri in 1956. 58 was the first time oil was exported, and that was when the East began to say, we want to change the allocation formula of Nigeria, where they get to keep the bulk of it. Before then, they wanted to share the money based on, there was no oil at the time, they wanted to share money based on need. The Western region says it should be based on derivation. The East said based on need. Eventually, by the time they struck oil, they were like, it has to be based on derivation as well. As a matter of fact, they were planning to take all the money. But here's the issue. All the plans in 64, the plans they had in 1963, was predicated upon the oil in Niger Delta. That is the reason you can't hear Biafra without South-South today. It's not because of love, it's because of resources. All the idea we're going to break out of Nigeria, I mean, to be honest, there was a census crisis and the North was said to have inflated figures. Sheikh Shagari also mentioned it here, and we talked about it at length the other time. You know, so it's true that happened, and the Eastern region was like, we're going to secede. And they even came up with a study group to work on the feasibility of the East as a separate entity in 1963. You find that in the book by Uswanlele Uyilawa, where he talked about, you know, what they needed to do to be able to stand alone apart from Nigeria. But here's the issue. They were not planning that thing based on their own ethnic nationality. They were planning it based on the resources of other peoples, even though the resources you're talking about cannot be found in their own space. If you take time to read Anthony Alauro's 1968 speech, you'll see how interesting the whole thing was. So want to have a nation is literally because there is this hope, or this almost like an assurance that they're going to have access to the resources that belong to others. Someone says there was no way the oil producing region would have joined the Biafra. Where they didn't want them to join, they took them in because they were in the eastern region. That's the reason for state creation in May 27, 1960, or May 27, 1967. That's the reason Gowon broke that place. Because it began, I mean, I still saw something today. Somebody said Alaibo was the old eastern region. I was like, how? So you are saying Ibibio land is old. Sorry, it says Alaibo is old eastern region. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I was saying that it wasn't even about them deciding. It was about the fact that they said, oh, you are in the eastern region, therefore you are part of us. And that's why, and by the way, while they were saying that, again, like I said, they didn't care about the people in those places. If you want to know how those people were treated, read this book I'm reading right now. We're not going to get into that today, by the way. But if you read, by the way, this book is available free of charge. Free of charge. It's on our Telegram channel, Redomi Global. Read that document, Ojuko's Rebellion and World Opinion. You will see what happened to the people that own the resources in their own land, what Biafra did to them, what Igbos actually did to them. Read Elechi Amadi's Sunset in Biafra. You will see what happened to them in their own space. The kind of pain that was inflicted upon them by Igbo soldiers in Biafra. That's why I said it was not about the people, it was about the resources. And that's why when the states were now created, when the East was broken into three, and people talk about, oh, he broke the East into three. Let's make something very clear. I know it's not today's topic, but it's important to mention it. The East was not the only region that was broken. Remember that in 1963, the West had been broken into two. West, Midwest. In 1967, the West was further broken into two again. Lagos and Western States. So you have three states or three regions or three states from one state or three regions from one region. So it was West, then you had Midwest, eventually now became Bendel, and then you had Lagos out of the West, leaving Western States. What happened in the East is similar to what happened in the West. The East was broken into East Central, Southeast, and Rivers. Rivers is present-day Rivers and Bayelsa. Southeast is present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River. East Central is present-day 5 southeastern states. And the North was broken into 6. So this whole cry about, oh, they did this to us, it wasn't just to the East. But it was necessary that that thing be done. Why? Because the Igbos would go into areas in Akwa Ibom and they were changing the roads, the names of on their roads. They were having New Owerri Road in Akwa Ibom. I said in Akwa Ibom, by the way, I kind of have a soft spot for them, and I say that like they are good people, great nation. Sometimes I try to imagine what they went through, and that's why when you have conversations about the about the war, whatever, people say things like, oh, but Philip Effiong was from Ẹkáàbọ and was second in command. The whole idea is to have tokenism, right? Is to use tokenism to push the narrative. It's not about how the people were treated, but the fact that one of you was one of the leaders. Right? So you had that going on. People suffered, but they wanted to use what they had in order to have their own nation. So that's what this man was referring to. We're going to move away from this. Let's go back to the book by Shehu Shagari. We'll come back to this later. Ademaya Wafa on Facebook says, we need ethnic restructuring. Yes, we need ethno-linguistic states in Nigeria. By the time we are done, in the first instance, we may not have more than 10. We may not have more than 10. You have the big ones, and then you have the small ones, coalesce somehow. But we may not have more than 10 states, but they will be very strong. It will be like bank recapitalization. You know how we had so many banks before 99, and then we had bank consolidation with President Obasanjo and the Governor Charles Oludo, where we now had big banks that could actually, and now look at what they're doing. They're opening branches in different parts of Africa and even in Europe. That's the spirit. Just because you have so many states doesn't mean we're making any. And by the way, all this thing of saying, but America has 50 states, so what? It's not about the number of states, it's about the structure. Do I want them to have new states? If everybody wants to have new states, by the way, and you're Yoruba, please support Yoruba people having new states. Because there's a possibility of that ethno-linguistic thing coming up. But what we really need, we need ethno-linguistic states. So thank you very much for that comment on Facebook. I'm going to read something from YouTube as well. Kobo says, Colonel Bassey should have been the governor of East, not Ojukwu. You have a point, but why would they make him governor when Bassey is not Igbo? That's the other point. Bassey wasn't Igbo, so they were not going to make him the Eastern governor. I wish they had retired Ojukwu immediately after that coup. Just retired him. If they had done so, Nigeria, I think they took Ojukwu like, is our person. That was a great mistake. Let's read a few more things. Not a few, we're going to read more things. But amidst this upbeat atmosphere, there remained a major difficulty. Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu continued to reject Lieutenant Colonel Gowon's leadership. Ojukwu had asserted in a broadcast within hours of Gowon's takeover speech that the leadership belonged to Brigadier Ogundikpe. By the way, I've said, okay, Motisole Konye, but he's just using that to cover, his own issues or ambition. Belonged to Ogundikpe being the most senior officer after Ironsi. He also opined that the July killings had once again cast serious doubts as to whether the people of Nigeria can ever sincerely live together. And that he would ask Eastern chiefs and interest groups to advise him on what to do. Ojukwu's indignation was quite understandable, if plainly self-righteous. But the simple truth behind Ojukwu's correct argument about military seniority was that he himself saw Gowon as a junior and was therefore unwilling to accept his command. Yet, the seniority between Ojukwu and Gowon was really a question of one day's difference between the respective promotions to Lieutenant Colonel. Now, that's a mistake that this man is also making. I don't care if it's 1 day or 1 year. He was a senior by 1 day. Abi, retire him. Get the man out of the system. That such a trivial issue should have obstructed a compromise in the national interest is one of the most poignant aspects of the Nigerian drama, one which I believe would find no favor in a democracy. Other factors did, however, worsen matters, including, paradoxically, the very efforts that were genuinely intended to resolve the crisis. Northern troops in the east were moved north on 13 August in accordance with an agreement at the meeting of regional governors delegates that military personnel be posted to barracks within their respective regions of origin. Who came up with that idea? Anybody knows? We've talked about this before. Which governor of a region in Nigeria came up with the idea that soldiers returned to their regions of origin. Anybody? Let me take a short break. And please keep tapping, especially on TikTok. Please tap. If you're on Telegram, sorry, Telegram. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, please like and share. On Twitter, please repost and like. Thank you. Who came up with the idea that soldiers go back to their regions of origin? Dr. Badru is correct. Adeglo is correct. No, not Ironsi. It was Ojukwu. It was after the coup. Ironsi was already dead. It was Ojukwu. You know the funny thing? The only place the Northerners did not attack Eastern officers was in the East. And it was not because of Ojukwu. It was because Ojukwu had run away. Ojukwu was a coward. He ran away, was hiding on Onitsha. It was a man called Ogunewe. They called him Baba, that was able to get the keys to the armory from the Northern officers who were going to access the weapons and, you know, continue the massacre in the East. So after that thing died down, quieted down, he then came up with the idea at the governor's meeting that all the officers and soldiers should go back to their regions of origin. That was Ojukwu. And I'm glad a number of people know it in the comment section. But now we all know. Let's go on. Someone said, Almighty Ojukwu, the greatest coward of our time. Ojukwu was a coward, to be honest. The man always ran. And it's sad. How a coward can be some people's hero. I mean, if you was a hero, I would, for instance, just acknowledge Ogunewe, Izibo. He's respected. He was respected by, or even the Northern officers respected him. And that was why he was able to get them to drop the key to the armory and came up with a plan that Northern and Eastern officers would guard the armory. He was a good man and he was Igbo. But this Ojukwu, any small thing about Jakpa, run away 67 miles and you're calling Ogundikwe to stand up for your rights. Joke. Back to this. Other factors did, however, worsen matters, including, paradoxically, the very efforts that were genuinely intended to resolve the crisis. Northern troops in the east were moved north on 13 August 1967. Sorry, 1966. They didn't write the year there. I'm the one that's adding it. It was in 66. Excuse me. Northern troops in the east were moved north on 13 August in accordance with an agreement at the meeting of regional governors delegates that military personnel will be posted to barracks within their respective regions of origin. This was a concession to Ojukwu intended to calm passions and assure him greater sense of security. Alas, it proved unwise as it made it easy for the East to pursue its secessionist intention. In other words, now that all Igbo officers had gathered to the East, he now had a chance to wage a war against Nigeria. Because every officer and soldier from his region don't return to the region. That was quite smart, by the way. Yeah, it was a runner, but that was smart. It says, alas, it proved unwise as it made it easy for the East to pursue its secessionist intention. Increasing indiscipline in the army spurred a wave of lawlessness against mainly Igbo soldiers and Eastern civilians, adding to their sense of insecurity. Official guarantees of safety to Igbo soldiers still outside the East never really held. Hence, many fled east, often with real or imagined horror stories. On 16 August, some northern troops stormed Benin prison to free colleagues imprisoned there after the July coup. In the process, they kidnapped Igbo soldiers connected with the January coup and later killed them. Junior officers and men of the 4th Battalion rioted in Ibadan and were to continue with their lawless behavior even after their removal to Kaduna in late August. Their dispersal to other northern towns only widened the scope of the troubles, which by now was also occurring elsewhere in the country. What efforts the government could do to curb the disorder were ineffectual, particularly up until October, when northern soldiers joined northern civilians in sweeping attacks on eastern civilians. Meanwhile, there was a resurgence of, I should explain that because it was a bad, I don't want to explain it because it's bad enough and I think we understand it. Oriloyo Adewale Ademoyega, he wasn't worried. If they're going to worry, I don't know what would have happened to him. But a lot of Eastern soldiers, Eastern officers lost their lives who were being held in Benin prison. Again, this is all part of retaliation. It's terrible, but it's important to put that in context. Meanwhile, there was also a resurgence of regional solidarity and jingoism involving even senior military officers of all regions. In the West, two of Colonel Adebayo's initial acts as governor were a commitment to Operation Unity and the convening of solidarity meetings of Western notables at the end of Chief Awolowo, at the end of which Chief Awolowo was elected leader of the Yorubas. That's where Ashiwaju came from, by the way. The title of Ashiwaju, it came from this meeting that Colonel Adebayo had with Yoruba people in '66. Awolowo used the position to good effect. It enabled him to strengthen his own power and that of his regional associates in the defunct AG at the expense of regional political adversaries. To augment his support among Yoruba army officers stationed in the West, he was also able to exercise considerable sway over Western regions' attitude to national political issues, an influence which was later valuable to the survival of the Nigerian Federation. I'll take that bit again. He was also able to exercise considerable sway over Western regions' attitudes to national political issues, an influence which was later valuable to the survival of the Nigerian Federation. In the North, civil servants along with traditional rulers continued to determine the region's responses to the unfolding national drama. No clear civilian leader had emerged to fill the vacuum created by the demise of Sir Ahmadu Bello. Moreover, the grip of former NPC politicians on the region had weakened, while the region's ethnic minorities, whose elements were now quite influential in the army, became increasingly assertive in their demands for new states. The need to maintain a united front in the face of interregional competition was widely shared, but there remained sharply discordant opinions on whether the North would be best served by internal reforms within a confederal system or by the creation of states in the country at large. The former view being mostly favored up until early September 1966. Realism was required to resolve the tension between the demands of old certainties and new realities. Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina, the region's governor, provided the initiative. He encouraged the leaders of former political parties in the region to pull together and unite Northerners of all political persuasions, since party politics was no longer on. The group comprised Alhaji Aliyu Makamambida, the most senior surviving NPC politician, Malam Aminu Kano, the erstwhile NEPU leader, and Mr. J.S. Tucker, the leader of the former UMBC. Chosen as the secretary was Umaru Diko, a bright spark and representative of the enterprising young educated Northern officials who were now playing an important role in the region's affairs. They toured the whole North, urging the people to the cause of Northern unity and progress in a stable federation. They took advantage of the tour to advocate creation of states, partly in order to excise. Listen, no, this is what I was saying earlier. I want to read it now. That's those people he mentioned. Amekano, J.S. Tucker, Aliyu Makamambida, Umaru Diko. It says they toured the old North, urging people to the. Hey, sorry guys. Be like saying water beg. To batin come in the Someone says something very interesting. It says, Busui, I am disappointed in you so much that the country is failing. Now, issue they preach. You are very stupid, though. How would you be disappointed in me? Does your appointment or disappointment mean anything to me? You are stupid. Talking to me as if you are talking to your people at home. How rubbish is that? Where did you get that familiarity from? I'm disappointed. Are you dumb? You guys really think you are something. You are nothing, by the way, just in case you don't know. Let's go back to this book. It says they toured the Old North, urging people to the cause of Northern unity and progress in a stable federation. They took advantage of the tour to advocate creation of states. 1 second, please. I have to mute this clown. If the nation is bleeding, you can go and bleed along with the nation, since you guys don't have sense. We spent 2 hours discussing that, so we should say nothing else. Have you eaten today? Have you eaten? Your name is Yoruba. I don't even know what it is. I've already muted you. You're Yoruba. I hope you are. I really hope you are. If the nation is bleeding, why did you eat today? When we're having a conversation about what's happening in Nigeria today, you were nowhere to be found because you were busy drinking beer wherever you were. I'm sure you are drunk. Nation is bleeding. All their conversation is emotional. No sensible points, just emotion. When I was here, I explained what happened and we had conversations about it, which was, of course was very heavy. You were nowhere to be found. And now that you are here, it's better for you to be nowhere to be found than to be found at all, because you are not making any sense. Rather. They will eat too. They're still going to be eating nkwobi and drinking beer, be shouting Nigeria is bleeding. You two go and bleed. May you not die in your bleeding process. Where were we? Nonsense. They toured the Old North, urging people to the cause of Northern unity and progress in a stable federation. They took advantage of the tour to advocate creation of states, partly in order to excise the oil-producing areas inhabited by Eastern minorities from Ojuku's control, and thus undermine a secessionist intention. Wherever they went, the community leaders gave them every support. So when they talk about, they excise some states, it's true. Because of oil, it's true. The question is that why do you want that oil so badly, since it's not yours? I accompanied them throughout their tour of Sokoto province, introducing them to various emirs, chiefs, and other community notables. Excuse me. So successful was the entire exercise that the governor later requested the 3 former party chiefs to co-opt 5 nominees each and form a Northern Consultative Committee. The 5 nominees of Makamambida. The others were Inua Wada, Mitama Sule, AGF Abdul Razak, and Ahmad Pategi. The committee, which again had Jumari Duko as the secretary, was separate from the Northern leaders of thought and was in fact to outlive it. In the Eastern region, the government appeared determined from July 1966 onwards to secede, or at the very least to have federalism replaced with confederalism. Thus, it made efforts to establish control over the military and police outfits in the region, and was to begin army recruitment and arms procurement as early as the second half of 1966. The latter became publicly known when a plane ferrying arms to the east crashed at Garoua in the Cameroon in late October. What it's saying basically is this. So we had federal system. Oh, Dr. Badru, really? Oh, that's good. Thank you for that information. That's really good. Interesting. So we had federalism, right, from independence, and then unitary decree of 66, May 24, abolished that, giving us unitary system. Then in August, Gowon comes along and then replaces this with federalism again. Then the East said, no, they don't even want federalism, they want confederalism. And they began to build up an army. And it says that became known when a plane ferrying arms to the east crashed at Garoua in Cameroon in late October. October when? October 1966. There was no Biafra. There was already importation of arms. Things don't change, do they? I think things can change, but they rarely do. Let's go on. It says in the Eastern region, the government appeared determined from July 1966 onwards to secede, or at the very least to have federal. By the way, guys, I think I say this. If I sound a bit harsh, when people come distracting me, please, it's because it's the only way to get them off my back. So you may not be used to me speaking like that. I have to. Because these clowns are not concerned about what even happened. They just want you to stop doing what you're doing. So I don't have the luxury of, saying, hey, we have done it now. You were not here, and be joking and be soft. They're not that. That's not how you deal with people like that. So if you hear me go hard and maybe I even sound harsh, I have to. It's how it works. If you are working with retards, that's how you handle them, and many of them are retards. If you have not even said that again, please, it's how it works, really. You can't be soft with some of those people. Edato says, I'm not Ashato. I believe you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bolani, why you? I know that. Thank you, sir. Esheo. Okay. Now let's go back to reading. Let's just go back to the beginning of that paragraph. In the eastern region, the government appeared determined from July 1966 onwards to secede, or at the very least to have federalism replaced with confederalism. Thus, it made efforts to establish control over the military and police outfits in the region, and was to begin army recruitment and arms procurement as early as the second half of 1966. The latter became publicly known when a plane ferrying arms to the east crashed at Garoua in the Cameroon in late October. Secession was strongly advocated by Igbo academics and civil servants, notably the returnees. Drawing on the unfortunate attacks suffered by Easterners, they mounted the most jingoistic campaign, which worked up the Igbo to the inevitability of secession. Ojukwu was thus assured of the support of the Eastern Nigeria Consultative Assembly, the Eastern equivalent of Leaders of Thought, and other consultative committees, but secessionist sympathy was weak among Eastern. I'll take that slowly, man. I'm a bit excited because we may have to open another book to explain some of these things, but I think it's clear though. It says, secession was strongly advocated by Igbo academics and civil servants, notably the returnees. Drawing on the unfortunate attacks suffered by Easterners, they mounted the most jingoistic campaign, which worked up the Igbo to the inevitability of secession. Ojukwu was thus assured of the support of the Eastern Nigerian Consultative Assembly, the Eastern equivalent of Leaders of Thought, and other consultative committees. But secessionist sympathy was weak among Eastern non-Igbo minorities, who, like those in the North, also wanted states of their own. Quick, let me read some of the things in the comment section. Someone says you should be harsh, speak to them in the language they understand, as Palet Buhari. You sound like a soldier. Thank you, Lori. Abayomi says you are the most lenient individual I've ever known. Is that doctor? Thank you, sir. Because I want to know which Abayomi. But I think you're the one. Thank you, sir. All right. So yeah, should we open another book? Let's move as fast as possible. I want to finish this book today. Well, not the book, sharp, but with the book. I think. One second though. I'm like one share we put it there for me, Nisha. Egbede comes to work or rather that's in the comment section. Sorry, I muted you for a bit the other time. Let me just mute you for live, for the entire live. That should help you understand how to think. Oh, it's not Dr. Air, but still, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, where were we? The situation in the Midwest was a rather different kettle of fish. The numerous ethnic groups which formed the majority in the region supported the federal government, while a strong Igbo minority shared Ojukwu's secessionist aspiration. The situation was aggravated by the preponderance of Midwestern Igbo officers and men in army units stationed in the region and by their subversive activities. Lieutenant Colonel Ejo, the governor, also came under direct and intense personal pressure from Ojukwu to support him, but Ejo balked. Instead, he orchestrated a cautious policy which tended to reconcile the conflicting demands of the federal government and the East. He, along with most Midwestern leaders of thought, saw the interests of the small region of 2.4 million people as best served by a federation with an effective center. They naturally did not wish to see their potentially oil-rich region swallowed up by any of their neighbors or turned into a landlocked state by the expansionist ambition of the West. Neither did they want it caught up in a battle over the need of the North for access to the sea, were the country to fall apart. Which expansionist ambition did the West have? That was wrong, by the way. Shagari was wrong. How do I know? Because when they were talking about regions separating and minorities having their own regions, it was only the West that wanted the Midwest to leave. The North and the East were against minorities having their own states in 1958. So this expansionist thing is not, maybe it's not our West, maybe it's the western part of the North or East. A comprehensive discussion of the country's future political form was seen by many inside and outside government as imperative. An ad hoc constitutional conference was accordingly scheduled for 12 September 1966 in Lagos to be attended by delegates of regional leaders of thought. Excuse me. But the national mood was sadly inauspicious, marked as it were by acts and threats of terrorist violence. When was this? September 1966. A highway bridge, I've read this before, a highway bridge between the West and the Midwest had been blown up in August. Where was that? It was in Ore. Rumors of impending attacks on northern cities by the East became rife. After this is not already the war. That was the 67. Oh, that was 67. This is 66. They already blew up a bridge in 66. But that's not all they did. Let's go on. A highway bridge between the West and the Midwest had been blown up in August. Rumors of impending attacks on northern cities by the East became rife after reported discoveries of attempts to bomb public facilities like Lugard Hall, the Northern Parliamentary Building, and the multi-story Amdala Hotel in Kaduna. Constant bomb threats were also reported in Lagos, where on 11 September, an Igbo University lecturer named Edmond Agu blew himself up while priming explosive devices apparently intended to wreck the opening session of the Constitutional Conference the next day. Agu had earlier on caused an explosion at the government-owned Federal Palace Hotel, where some delegates were billed to lodge. An Igbo University lecturer. When was this? September 66. This is not about the war. There was no Biafran declaration or anything like that. This was still in 66. They blew up part of Federal Palace Hotel and was planning to set up another one when he was killed. Enyolu Alogo. The conference opened as scheduled nevertheless. Opening the meeting, Gowon urged the delegates to the cause of Nigerian unity. He ruled out a unitary state or breakup of the country, proposing instead one of four options as basis for a future government. 1. A federal system with a strong central government. Sorry, guys. One second, please. Sorry. Oh God, guys, I'm sorry. I just saw something on YouTube. Is there like a class where they teach people in the East how to lie or just teach them nonsense? Let me read something funny to you guys. Nelson says his parents are big fools. Thank you very much for informing us. Christian Nwane Amegbu says it was Queen that appointed Ironsi man general after returning from Congo peacekeeping, not Zik. Who mentioned anything like that in this reading? And nobody even cares about that. What they talk about is how he became GOC, which was more political than anything else. But that's not even the conversation. Why are you people insulting me? May God heal you because you are sick. The same way your university lecturers were bombing themselves up in 66 is also why you are bombing yourself up in 2025. You have not learned anything. the same strategy. No growth, no development, just cursing people out. Continue. The conference opened as scheduled. Nevertheless, opening the meeting, Gowon urged the delegates to the cause of Nigerian unity. He ruled out a unitary state or breakup of the country, proposing instead one of four options as a basis for a future government. Number one, a federal system with a strong central government. Number two, a federal system with a weak center. Number three, confederation. And number four, a completely new political structure peculiar to Nigeria. Both the East and the North proposed a confederation with a central government having scarcely any effective powers, while the West favored the creation of states on linguistic basis. Failing that, a confederation, a proposal generally endorsed by the Lagos delegation. What's it saying here? The North and the East wanted confederation. The West wanted creation of states on linguistic basis. And if we can't get that, then let's have a confederation. That's why I say our fathers have always been consistent on this ethno-linguistic state in Nigeria. And let me say it, that's the only way. I don't like saying things like only because there'll be other options, but that's the only way Nigeria can become whatever it is that we are dreaming of. Like, developed, Dubai, all those fine things. The only way. Any other thing will give us something. I'm not saying it's the only way we can develop, or we can develop using any other means, but the way that will get us what we really want in terms of first-class nation, that's the only way. Where you can say Nigeria is like South Korea or Singapore, at least, and eventually find your way to. I mean, Singapore is even, right now, Singapore per capita income is higher than that of the UK. Singapore is better economically than the UK today. The only way Nigeria can get there is to have ethno-linguistic states. One of these days we're going to have that conversation, but let's go on. So that's what the West wanted, and Lagos and the West were on the same page. Why was Lagos separate? Because Lagos was the capital, not Lagos State. There was no Lagos State at this time. There was no Lagos State until the following year, May 1967. And that's why whenever you talk with people and say things like, oh, Lagos was the capital, ask them, where in Lagos? Ikeja was not part of the capital. Badagry was not part of. There are five divisions in Lagos. 5 divisions that make up Lagos State. There is Ikeja, there's Badagry, there's Ikorodu, Lagos Island, and Ekpe. Only one. Only one was the capital, Lagos Island. Part of mainland. So the point is that Lagos State did not exist until May 27, 1967. So when you hear Lagos delegation, it's talking about the Federal Capital Territory, and it's a very small place that terminates somewhere around Jibo, Yaba. So he says the proposal was generally endorsed by the Lagos delegation. The Midwest alone strongly advocated a federal system with an effective center and the creation of states. He thus gave urgency to a groundswell of opinion, which, with the support of the military officers and senior federal civil servants, became unstoppable. The conference adjourned between 17 and 18 September, during which the Northern delegation held consultations with Northern notables, civil servants, and military officers both in Lagos and Kaduna. An Eastern delegate also pushed east to consult with Ojukwu. When the meeting resumed, the North backpedaled. It now espoused a federal system with a strong center and the creation of states throughout the country, a move which the East staunchly resisted. An impasse ensued, and the conference again adjourned on 3rd October following serious unrest in the North. By unrest, read killings of the Easterners. And by the way, I'm not reading today. At this point, what you called unrest briefly was a serious crisis. What really happened was that after the killings in the North, right, in July 28, 29, it spread into early August. As people were returning to the eastern region, they went with the news. When they got to the news, they began to look for northerners in the east, and they killed the hell out of them. They killed them. They killed them in trains. They killed them in They killed them in their homes, in the markets. They killed them in the streets. They killed the northerners like killing our water. Don't usually talk about that in Nigeria's history, but that happened. There was a case of some northerners being unalive at a place called Obuluafo. There's some foreigners around there at the time. They went with the news, right, to different its way to to Benin Republic, right? Benin Republic then broadcast what happened in the east to the northerners. The news then filtered into Kaduna. Kaduna people now broadcast it using English, and they translate it into English and Hausa. When the folks in Kaduna now heard it, and folks in other parts of the north, they now started another wala for Igbos. So think about it. There was a coup in January. They retaliated in July. The Easterners now retaliated the retaliation in the east in August. The Northerners now retaliated the retaliation to the retaliation September to October. That's the unrest that this man was talking about. And it was bloody. By the time the dust settled, the Eastern region said between 7,000 and 8,000 of their own people had been killed. Some records say 5,000, but 8,000 is a lot. Even 1,000 even one person is too much. All because of ambition that started in January of 1966. Does that justify what happened? Of course not. But it's important to understand the context. So it says here, an impasse ensued and the conference again adjourned on 3 October following serious unrest in the north. Beginning in Bauchi on Wednesday, 28 September, Easterners across northern towns came under savage attacks, which left hundreds dead or maimed, culminating in an especially tragic bloodshed in Kano on 1st October. Compared to the attacks in May, these were far worse, both in scale and severity. Neither the police, who had valiantly helped curb the May riots, nor the army could be called upon this time around, the former trying to evacuate its Igbo members to the east after some had been killed, while the latter were themselves deeply involved in the violence. Northern traditional rulers once again did their best to halt the disturbances. Federal and northern authorities, as well as big firms and well-meaning individuals, shielded many Easterners and eventually helped to arrange their passage to the east. What exactly caused the disturbances still remains largely mysterious. The spark seemed, however, to be news of killings of northerners in the east, broadcast several times by Radio Kaduna, which it attributed to Radio Cotonou in Dahomey, Nigeria's immediate western neighbor. If you want to understand everything that happened, what I just mentioned briefly, you have to read the book by A.H.M. Green. 2 books. Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, and the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. Breaks down how the news got to Cotonou, and they got it in the north. He also mentioned it now, so that's good. Let's go on. Heeding their own counsel and Ojuku's Easterners oh dear Lord, sorry, there was an apostrophe somewhere that I didn't notice. Heeding their own counsel and Ojuku's, Easterners began an exodus to the east from other parts of the country. Public services and utilities, particularly in the north, where the Igbo had provided valuable skills, were temporarily disrupted. Severely convulsed by the latest violence, the Igbo in particular became more determined in their separatist pursuit. In October 2nd, Ojuku instructed all non-Easterners except the Midwest Igbo to leave the east. So as they were bringing the Easterners into the east, they were also telling the non-Easterners to leave. Meanwhile, let me read something to you. Let me read from Noble Graham Douglas. how that happened. I don't want to bore you with the details, but I think this one is important. Okay, listen to this. Again, this is Neil Graham Douglas. The book is called Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion. The first step in this direction of getting out was the evolution and implementation of a policy of what Ojukwu called total disengagement, announced to the executive committee at its first meeting after the repatriation of troops from other regions to their regions of origin. According to this policy, there was to be the gradual dissolution of all the ties binding the East to the other regions and to the center. And the very first thing to do, which was to be done immediately, was to ask all civil servants and other personnel of Eastern Nigeria origin working and engaged in other economic and other activities in other parts of the country to return to the East at once. At that very meeting, I confronted him. This is Douglas confronting Ojukwu with the practical difficulties which such a step would entail, such as the difficulty of finding them suitable or comparable employment in the East. After a moment's reflection, he agreed with me that our financial resources could not stand the strain and ended by saying, quote, "Well, let them stay," end of quote. Reason had prevailed, but as it turned out to be, not for long. For soon thereafter, the call went out to all Eastern civil servants and so on to return home, and many did respond to the call, to their ultimate disappointment. In other words, they came back, there was no job for them. Why? Stay with me. It says they responded to the call to their ultimate disappointment, and then towards the end of September, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East other than those of Eastern origin to return at once to their regions of origin. I'm tempted to say that what people are saying on Twitter, like people should go back home, Ojukwu did it in 66. No details. Where were we? Okay, and then towards the end of September, another was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. They were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the East, in some cases for upwards of 30 years, could prevent their being forced out of the region. Justification for this move was offered by the unrealistic calculation that as they left their employments, homecoming Easterners would take their places in the civil service, in industry, and in personal professional employment. I had argued against the step on the ground that for every non-Eastern Nigeria living, we would have on our hands no fewer than 30 homecoming Easterners. My figures might be wrong, and that in the end, we would only be creating incalculable hardship for our people, and the wisdom in such an argument had been acknowledged. Happily for me, I had resigned my appointment when the order was issued, and reciprocally, everything possible continued to be done to entice Eastern Nigerians everywhere to leave their jobs and come home. So what he's saying basically is this. You tell non-Igbos, let me say the way he said it, non-Eastern Nigerians to leave the East. But if they were Igbos from the Midwest, they could stay. What Ojukwu said officially was that he's telling them to leave because he couldn't guarantee their safety. But the real reason, which you find in that book, is that he was trying to create space for his people that is telling to come back home. But here's the crazy part. People don't migrate into the East like people migrate out of the East, which means that if people are coming back to the East, these vacant spots will not be able to take them because they will not be enough. They are more than the vacancy available. But strategy is not really something very good, in Ojukwu's book. But let's go on. So he says here, back to Shehu Shagari's book. I just wanted to explain that from that book, but I think we're good. Back to Beckon to Serve now. Heeding their own counsel and Ojuku's, Easterners began an exodus to the east from other parts of the country. Public services and utilities, particularly in the north, where the Igbo had provided valuable skills, were temporarily disrupted. Severely convulsed by the latest violence, the Igbo in particular became more determined in their separatist pursuit. On October 2, Ojukwu instructed all non-Easterners except the Midwestern Igbo to leave the east, arguing that he could not guarantee their safety. In fact, retaliatory massacres of Northerners and damage to their property occurred in major eastern towns like Enugu, Aba, Port Harcourt, and Onitsha. You forgot to mention Umaya, but you find that in one of those books I mentioned earlier. In fact, and Owerri as well. Happened in Owerri too. But let's go on. In fact, retaliatory massacres of Northerners and damage to their property occurred in major eastern towns like Enugu, Aba, Port Harcourt, and Onitsha. But these were neither as widespread nor as publicized as the northern ones. When on October 23, the ad hoc conference reconvened, by the way, if you want to hear more about what happened to the Northerners in the East, please check out, there's some videos on that on the YouTube channel, Busui Oris. If you look for what happened to the Northerners, I'll find the title later and then I'll let you know. It will give you like more details. Should I do that now? No, let me not. Maybe when people come up, I'll look for it and I'll let you know. I'll find you later. Sorry, this is a force of habit. If I want to look for something, I will stay until I find it. But now it's distracting. But I'll let you know later. But it's right there on the YouTube channel. All right. When on October 23, the ad hoc conference reconvened, Eastern delegates failed to attend. Once again, the conference was postponed until November 17, when it finally adjourned Sinede after Bisinedai, after the East rejected every incentive to return. Ojukwu had insisted as a precondition the withdrawal of all soldiers of northern origin from the West, or failing that, for the conference to be held abroad. On the former, Ojukwu was at one with Awolowo, who in fact led a group of Western leaders to press the case with Gowon on November 7. Sorry, I want to quickly explain something. I noticed that some people wrote Awolowo when I asked the question, who asked the soldiers to return to their regions of origin. It was actually Ojukwu. Where Awolowo got involved was in November, when he was telling Gowon that northern officers should leave the western region. You know, because to be honest, right, you couldn't tell, right? You couldn't, what's the word now? You weren't sure of people's loyalty. So at that point, he's saying that Ojukwu was not saying that the soldiers of northern origin should leave the east. They had already left the east. But he's saying they should leave the west, just like Awolowo was asking in November 7. On November 7. Confronted by the failure of the constitutional talks. By the way, I should also say that these constitutional talks that they had starting in September, it's not about blaming people, but it's important to understand that the group that actually scuttled the whole plan was the Eastern region. And they decided to destroy the plan before it even got... They decided to destroy the conference before they even had an opportunity to meet, by sending folks to bomb the place, the venue of the meeting. They bombed the place. We already read about it. Emmanuel Agu, lecturers in some places think like it is well. And then you now have the crisis, of course, happening in the east, crisis happening in the north, and then they said they're not going to be part of the meeting at all. Confronted by the failure of the constitutional talks, Gowon tried to seize the initiative. On November 30, he outlined his government's program and ideas on the country's political future in a national broadcast. A national development plan was to be drawn up. The army reorganized, displaced persons resettled and rehabilitated, and attacks on corruption pursued. Gowon firmly ruled out confederation, envisaged the creation of states, resisted pressures to withdraw northern soldiers from the west, promised a fresh constitutional initiative, and also pledged to introduce civilians into government. His principal objective, Gowon maintained, was to ensure the integrity of the Nigerian army and the Nigerian nation. Gowon's exasperation in Kenya. It is well. I didn't hear any of that. I might have to do something about this device. I have to switch. Let's go on. His principal objective, you can lip read. Don't worry. You guys will be paying for lip reading my lips. For reading my lips. Anyway, let's go on. His principal objective, Gowon maintained, was to ensure the integrity of the Nigerian army and the Nigerian nation. Gowon's exasperation, impatience, and resolve were unmistakable. Quote, "We have had enough bloodshed in this country, but if circumstances compel me to preserve the integrity of Nigeria by force, I shall do my duty to my country." Reaction to the proposals by the West was lukewarm, while the East spurned them altogether. Alarmed by the worsening situation, several teams of foreign and local dignitaries sought to get dialogue resumed. Sir Francis and Herbert Matthews, Western Nigerian traditional rulers and senior federal civil servants, variously visited Enugu to intercede with Ojukwu. I'll read that, so I've read it before, but I'll say it again. Sir Francis and Herbert Matthews, read Yoruba traditional rulers, senior federal civil servants visited Enugu to intercede with Ojukwu to do what? To have his people attend the conference. When was this? 1966. It was around October, November. It says Sir Francis and Herbert Matthews, that's the British, West Nigerian traditional rulers and senior federal civil servants variously visited Enugu to intercede with Ojukwu, who since the July counter-coup steadfastly absented himself from SMC meetings, that's Supreme Military Council meetings. Pressures to bring together the entire military leadership were also exerted by the chiefs of the various public services and gubernatorial advisors following their own respective caucuses in November. Thanks finally to Mr. Malcolm MacDonald, the British roving ambassador in Africa, and General Joseph Ankara, the Ghanaian military leader, a meeting of all Nigerian military leaders was arranged for 4 to 5 January 1967 at Aburi in Ghana. News of the meeting and its apparently successful outcome immensely delighted many Nigerians. It was supposedly agreed that the SMC would determine all matters of policy, appointments and promotions in the armed forces and police. Any issue affecting the whole country would also be decided by the SMC, or when unable to meet, by reference to and concurrence of the regional governors. Certain senior appointments in the federal and diplomatic services will be made by the SMC. Let me explain what this SMC is saying here. That unlike what happened with Iransi, Gowon would not unilaterally make decisions that affect the entire country. Think about what I just said right now. Think about it's loaded. In other words, Gowon would not be a military dictator. He will be leading based on consensus. I don't know if that's how military works, but that's what Gowon agreed to. And by the way, that's what was fleshed out in Decree number 8 of March 1967, which Ojukwu rejected. But let's stick to this because of time. By the way, there's also a video on Bushiori's how Ojukwu rejected Aburi. That one's actually very good. All the videos are very good, by the way. All right. So it says, news of the meeting and its apparently successful outcome immensely delighted many Nigerians. It was supposedly agreed that the SMC would determine all matters of policy, appointments and promotions. SMC is the head of state, but all the governors of the region will be part of the SMC. So whatever decisions they were making about matters of policy, appointments, promotions in the armed forces and police, right? Certain senior appointments in the federal and diplomatic services. All of these things will be made. All of these decisions will be made by the SMC, not just by Gowon. and this did not happen. I mean, there was SMC when Ironsi was head of state, but he didn't care about all of these things. A central armed forces command with equal regional representation will be established, and each region would have an army area command, which the governors could use for internal security during military rule. The title of Supreme Commander would be changed to Commander-in-Chief. These, among others, were the agreements at the meeting. In spite of its ambiguities, the pact virtually amounted to a confederal arrangement, one which Ojukwu duly proclaimed, but one that Gowon rejected. Desirous of a settlement, the federal side appeared to have considered far too much than it supposedly got in return, i.e., Ojukwu's acceptance of Gowon's and federal government's authority. If you are rich, may God make all of us rich and wealthy. If you are rich and wealthy, raise your children properly. Don't raise brats who feel they are entitled to everything. E.g., Ojukwu. With all the things that he got, he was unwilling to accept Gowon's authority or the federal government's authority. Federal permanent secretaries were clearly unhappy with certain aspects of the agreement and told Gowon so. They had not been part of Aburi's discussion. Some of Ojukwu's ardent secessionist advisors were also disappointed that the accord did not fully go their way. The initial general euphoria soon gave way to acrimonious accusations of sabotage and bad faith between Enugu and Lagos. In fact, the Eastern government impounded over £200,000 worth of export produce of Northern region marketing, but it's not £200, about 400,000 actually. It's over £400,000, and it was granite that was meant for UAC that Ojukwu stole. That granite we have not seen it since 1967. About a third of the rolling stock of the Nigerian Railway Corporation was also confiscated in the east, while the supply of oil and petroleum products from the Ao State owned by Port Harcourt Refinery was disrupted. Benin City now seemed the only mutually acceptable local meeting venue. For Eastern representatives who still not travel to Lagos, ostensibly for fear of Northern soldiers in the west. Benin hosted respective meetings of law officers, military commanders, and leading civil servants aimed at reconciling the conflicting claims over Aburi. By the way, I did a video on this. I can't go back to it. I did a video on this. I'll let you know what the title is. And there are two books that I used on that particular stuff. One was written by the Secretary of the Eastern Region Government. His name is N.U. Akpan. The book is titled The Struggle for Secession. Everything he's saying here is well explained there, but we've treated it here before, so I'm not going to go back to that book. The other book is A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku. And Ojukwu just destroyed all the chances. Did the Easterners discover some of these things? Oh boy, that's the day they will start finding healing. They never had to go to any war. If you notice, we have not reached May yet though. See all the things that the government did. I'm not saying Nigerian government was perfect or Gowon was perfect, but they tried. They stretched themselves thin just to be able to persuade him to see reason. We got help all of us. So they had meetings in Benin, and even then Ojukwu would say this is what Aburi meant, and the other one would say this is what Aburi meant. And Ojukwu had a clique. If you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, you see the reference to Newi clique. They were the ones deciding and telling him what to do. And when we went to Aburi, they said he should have gotten everything they wanted. Even though they got more than they gave, way more than they gave. But they were like, he didn't get everything, we're going to break away. And some of them were supposed to be intellectuals, just like what we have right now. May God help us. Okay. Let's just... Oh boy. Benin City now seemed the only mutually acceptable local meeting venue for Eastern representatives who will still not travel Eastern representatives will still not travel to Lagos ostensibly for fear of Northern soldiers in the West. Benin hosted respective meetings of law officers, military commanders, and leading civil servants aimed at reconciling the conflicting claims over Aburi. Perhaps suspecting that the federal government might scupper his Aburi victory, Ojukwu made a dawn broadcast on February 25, threatening to implement Aburi decisions unilaterally if Gowon failed to apply them fully by March 31. But such was Gowon's keenness to have Ojukwu on board that the SMC meeting called to ratify the draft decree on Aburi decisions was held in Benin on March 10. Why? Ojukwu said, you must give everything by March 31, so they had a meeting March 10. Still, Ojukwu declined to attend, claiming that Benin was unsafe because of the Northern soldiers in the West. Oddly enough, he visited the same city 2 days later to confer with Governor Ejo. Anyhow, the Aburi settlement was translated into Decree number 8 of March 17, 1967. This met most of Eastern region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC to proclaim a state of emergency anywhere in the country whenever necessary, and provided the majority of the 4 regional governors concur. I'll explain. Surprisingly, Ojukwu rebuffed the decree, presumably because the above clause posed a threat to Eastern secessionist intention. There followed an escalation of pro-secessionist demonstrations, whipping the Eastern public into a state of frenzy. What does this mean? In the struggle for secession by N.U. Akpan, he made a claim that Decree number 8 of March 17, 1967 granted the Eastern region 95% of what Ojukwu asked for. In the book The Tragedy Without Heroes by Ilari Njoku, he claimed that it was at the government office and he met Ojukwu's private secretary, his name Don Egbe. Don Egbe, who also happened to be a lawyer, told him, Njoku, that Decree number 8 was 98% of what they had wanted, what they had asked for at Aburi. And he said the remaining 2% was just military jargons that didn't mean anything. One of the things I've tried to do was to look for that 2% in the last, since I read those books. And I found the answer in this particular book. The only thing, apart from the fact that you're going to have army in your region and everything, was that the federal government retained the right and the power and the authority to declare state of emergency in any region of Nigeria. I ask you, under God, with the fear of God in your heart, how is that a problem in a nation that has military government? Even now that we have civilian government, we see the president can still declare state of emergency, as it was done in River State, as it was done in Plateau State, as Tafawa Balewa did in Western Region. So that was in 6-2. So the idea that, we're going to have our own nation, but the federal government should not be able to say anything in our region is preposterous, especially since you are under a military government. That was the only thing that made Ojukwu say, no, we don't go agree. And then he went on shouting, we're going to secede from Nigeria. Why am I saying this? You see, it's easy to believe the simple narrative, the simplistic narrative that, there were killings in the north and that was why they decided to break away and have the eastern region. That's not how it happened. You see, you can sell that narrative to the public. And I believe that these conversations we're having, to be honest, it's not for the masses. And I'll tell you why. They don't care about details. But I think that if more of us know it, then we can get it across to the masses in a way that they will understand. If you want to sell propaganda, you don't need details. All you need is to make the message simplistic, turn it into black and white. They hate us, they love us, we love them, they hate us, that kind of thing, and then paint it in such a way that it appears that these people are against you, and then you sell it. Now, Ojukwu sold that to everybody, including the intellectuals, helping him to sell that nonsense to his people. Now you have young people who have grown up. Some of them have baby all over their bodies and still think that that's what happened because Ojukwu said so. It's a lie. And with everything that Nigeria has gone through, if decree number 8 had sailed through, the draft decree, it was broken. I mean, if you really want to get into the breakdown, read The Struggle for Secession by N.U. Akpan. It's right there. Once Nigerians begin to realize these things, we'll begin to change. Our mind will begin to change. We begin to discover that most of what is happening, or where we are right now, to be honest, when I think about it in different eras in Nigeria's history, is more about people's ego than national interest. Just ego trip. Forgetting that you have the lives of millions of people at stake doesn't really matter as long as your own ego is protected. I mean, ego is okay, but sometimes we've not been blessed with very good leaders in different parts, especially in some parts. We have our law, we have, but like, I'm Yoruba, by the way, so that's a bit different for me. Is that tribalistic? I don't care. But to be honest, some people it's just the ego, not really about the people, which is sad. I'm going to rush through this thing. It's already time, but for some reason I want to keep reading. So he says here that the decree number 8 of March 17, 1967 met most of Eastern region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC to proclaim a state of emergency anywhere in the country whenever necessary, and provided the majority of the 4 regional governors concur. In other words, even the state of emergency will not be unilaterally declared by the head of state. E.g., when President Tinubu was going to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State, the Senate had to meet and discuss it. They are saying, according to decree number 8, even the declaration of state of emergency in any part of Nigeria will not just be unilaterally done by the head of state. In other words, he had 4 governors. He would need the majority to be able to declare state of emergency. In other words, 3 out of 4. How is that not fair? I think Nigeria needs to apologize to Iransi. Nigeria really needs to apologize to Iransi. We really need to. He bent himself backward. Like, I've not seen anyone, even you that are listening to me, if you become military head of state in this country, you will not allow anybody to have anything. You'll be like the army. Ultimate power, or like Iransi, supreme military commander. But this man is saying we're going to declare. The only thing that's different from what we discussed in our Buri Accord is that we are going to have a situation where we can declare state of emergency everywhere. But it's not just going to be me saying it. It will be based on a decision of the majority of the governors of the regions. Ojukwu still said no. That's the only reason that made Ojukwu go. Someone said Iransi or go on. Iransi, you be like Iransi. Iransi had supreme military. He was called supreme commander. But go on. Oh, what did I say? Apologize to Iransi or go on? No, apologize to go on. Is that what I said? No. We have to apologize to go on. Oh, that was a slip. Nigeria needs to apologize to go on. Iransi, who will apologize to Iransi? Iransi needs to apologize to everybody from wherever he is. But, I mean, God rest his soul. But Nigeria needs to apologize to go on. Especially the Southeast. The Southeast needs to apologize to go on. I said Iransi, yeah, that was a slip. Emike. Tufiakwa. That was a mistake. It's go on. I better repeat this again and again so that when I want to cut it out, I'll cut the right thing. Thank you for everyone telling me. Go on. Nigeria needs to apologize to go on, particularly the Southeast. They need to apologize to go on because there's no way on earth. I mean, I don't know any. Please let me know if there are others. Military dictator, so to speak. My question is, why did Gowon accept decree number 8 in Aburi? There was no decree number 8 in Aburi. Farm Charles. Aburi was January 4 to 5. Decree number 8 was March 17. In my calendar, March comes after January. So there was no decree number 8 in January. And what they discussed in Aburi was not constitution, it was agreement. I want to do this, or proposals. This is what I would like. Okay, I concede. Okay, I'll give you this. It's about compromises. The question you should be asking yourself is this: what exactly did Ojukwu concede? Let me tell you something, Afam. Your region, every region in Nigeria needs prayer. You need leaders and prayer. Everybody needs leaders and prayers. You more so. Decree number 8 was literally the what's the word now? The agreements in Aburi promulgated as a decree. That was decree number 8. Ojukwu still went against it. I've said it earlier. I said it earlier. I don't know if you were here. I said his own people said decree number 8 was 98% of what they wanted. Not me. And the man that said that, I've mentioned his name, Don Egbo, he was his own private secretary. And that statement was written by Ilari Njoku, who was the first head of Biafra military. NU Akpan said 95%. He was the secretary of the region, of the government. The book is called The Struggle for Secession. I have it here, just that there's no time to go into another book. The thing is, if you really think about it, you are celebrating the wrong people. And that's why pain and anguish and chaos and carnage, may they stop in your region. Somebody says the claim is that Ojukwu was smart and got everything he asked for, hence the uncompromising stance. To be honest, Ojukwu was the most prepared for that meeting. He was better prepared. He was going for a business meeting. Yakubu Gowon and the rest of Nigerians were going for a family meeting. Oh, we're all in Nigeria. We're all together. He will say something, they'll say, okay. They'll say, okay, because let's just bring everybody together. Gowon may have been, sincerely, it was soft, it was Christianly, it was, I mean, Ojukwu even said in the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, that Gowon would not fight him because Gowon was a Christian. Because he was gentle, he was meek, but he was firm. I think they underestimated him, and I'm glad he dealt with them. But we need to, Igbo specifically, I'm not saying this as a way to fight you, I'm not, but the truth of the matter is that I think the Igbos need to apologize to Gowon. Read the book by J. Sawa Eligo and see what Gowon and his government did for the Eastern region. There's no way a person will do that for you and you constantly curse him and you will make progress in life. It's not possible. A person will stretch himself and do all of that and concede and concede and concede and do all of that for you, and you will spend your lifetime and your children's lifetime always cursing him out. You can never make progress. It's not a curse. It's natural law. And it's a lot of ingrates. Someone says Gowon had an Igbo girlfriend before the war. Yes, he did. Edith. But what's even about the Igbo girlfriend? It was just about this. He didn't marry the Igbo girlfriend now. But they had a child, by the way. They had a child together. Story for another day. But he tried. That's the point. He tried. And yet they curse him every time. He tried. That man tried. I can't even say that I will promulgate decree number 8 if I were the, I don't think I would be able to do it. When your man was there, he was Supreme Commander, declaring everything, doing everything. When he now, when he now became the head of state, that's when he now remembered that we should be doing things together. And he still considered. Then you said, no, something is wrong with you. He says here, let me just go back a bit. Anyhow, the Aburi settlement was translated into decree number 8 of March 17, 1967. If you are Igbo, please, this is not, nobody's writing you. Your issue as word from the down. How do I say that in English? I need prayers. There's a saying in Yoruba language. You see a man limping, or you see a man You see a man, apparently is crippled, he's carrying a load on his head, and then you say to him that it's not rightly positioned. Then it tells you you're looking at the load, you're not looking at the legs. In other words, the reason the load is like that, the reason the position is the way it is because of the way his legs are. A lot of the conversation we have in Nigeria is about the load. Once you observe very well, discover where the real problem is from, and then you stop blaming everybody for what your elders did. Me, I'm tired. We're exasperated. We don't want it again. If we want to break Nigeria, these 44 lawmakers that were writing to President Tinubu yesterday, they should give us secession clause. That's what they should do. They will know that they are serious. That's the political solution Nigeria needs. Amukun is not knock knee though. Amukun is crippled though. I be short man knock knee Amukun ni. Oyinbo e gan ti poju. Knock knee. They say it's knocked need. Oh boy. This is what I'm going to be doing. TC of Lagos. Now that I see you, I will say it in Yoruba. I will be asking you to help us interpret it. Maybe I say some people speak English better than I do. But yeah, it could be knock knee as well. The point is that the focus should be on the cause rather than on the effect. But thank you for the knock knee thing. Now I'm going to add that one next time. Where were we? Surprisingly, so he said the only thing, yeah, it says the decree met most of Eastern region's demands, save an important provision which empowered the SMC to proclaim a state of emergency anywhere in the country whenever necessary, and provided the majority of the 4 regional governors concur. Surprisingly, Ojukwu rebuffed the decree, presumably because the above clause posed a threat to Eastern secessionist intention. There followed an escalation of pro-secessionist demonstrations, whipping the Eastern public into a state of frenzy. Then on March 31, Ojukwu threw down his biggest gauntlet yet. He passed an edict authorizing the payment into the Eastern Exchequer of all federal revenues in the region as from April 1, 1967. Like April Fool. 3 others dealing with the autonomy of legal education, the Court of Appeal, and the Produce Marketing Board were also promulgated over 3 consecutive days, beginning on April 17. Called quote-unquote survival edicts, they signaled the East's first clearest resolve to secede. Although Ojukwu continued to deny this, insisting that the region would only do so if attacked. Ojukwu went further to sequestrate a number of federal agencies like the electricity, coal, railway and broadcasting corporations, as well as all federal revenues collected in the East. The federal government responded by tightening control over the purchase of foreign exchange, and on April 4 suspended all Nigerian Airways flights to the East. In return, the East confiscated the Nigerian Airways DC-3 aircraft at Port Harcourt and hijacked an F-27 belonging to the same government airline while en route from Benin to Lagos in April. In other words, Ojukwu was hijacking planes, grounding planes. Meanwhile, the East intensified its efforts to forge a southern alliance against the North, appealing for support from Western and Midwestern regional leaders as well as over their heads to their own peoples. The idea, first mooted shortly after the July counter-coup, gained considerable support in the West, but pretty little in the Midwest, where its adherents were mainly Igbo. Along with the East, Western regional leaders continued to demand the removal of Northern soldiers from the West, even though the Yoruba were now being specially recruited to replace them as agreed at Aburi. The ad hoc Constitutional Conference was again reconvened in late April, but had to be abandoned after Chief Awolowo had withdrawn from the Western delegation and boycotted the meeting. Among his stated reasons was the continued presence in the West of Northern soldiers, whom he branded as an army of occupation. Awo did not do this for Southern Alliance, by the way. He did it for Western interest, Yoruba interest. Gowon nevertheless continued to seek a negotiated settlement with the East, while also consulting the other region civilian leaders on a strategy to split the regions if the East seceded. The Midwest presented no problem, whereas attitude in the West was ambiguous but certainly ominous. At a meeting of Western leaders of thought on 1st May in Ibadan, Chief Awolowo made a remarkable declaration that if the East was allowed by acts of omission or commission to secede, that the West would also follow. His remark was given a seal of approval in a resolution adopted by the conference. I need to stop. That statement has been twisted and turned by many people, particularly folks from the East, including Chinua Achebe and even Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She published a book called Achebe, Teacher of Light. In that book, she mentioned this, and what she said was that Awolowo promised the East that if they seceded, the West would secede. But that's not what Awo said. What Awo said can be found in a book called Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. And what he said was that if the East was allowed, that first phrase tells you that the conversation was not directed out, the declaration was not directed at the East. It was not a promise to the East. It was caution to the federal government. If the East was allowed to secede by acts of omission or commission from the Federation, the West will follow suit. That's what Awo said. He didn't say if the East seceded, the West would do so. He said if the East was allowed to go. And thank God that that man actually was very intentional with his words. Again, you find what I just said right now in Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. You can find that book in Redomi Books. Interestingly, a man called MCK Ajuluchukwu also said something related to that in trying to explain how the East, I think it was not even misunderstood, intentionally misinterpreted what Awo said in order to make people feel like the West was going to support them. We are not twins. There was never a time that the West or Awo promised the East that if you leave, we will follow suit. No. It was a statement directed at the federal government. And I said that because we just read it here where he said, Awo said something. And interestingly, he was actually, Dashio Shagari quoted it better than anybody from the East, including the best of them, Chinua Achebe. Well, let me not say anybody from the East, because Ajuluchukwu is from the East and he quoted it properly. But the ones they listen to, they always twist it. And let me read it again. At a meeting of Western leaders of thought on 1st May in Ibadan, that was in 1967 now, Chief Awolowo made a remarkable declaration that if the East was allowed by acts of omission or commission to secede, then the West would also follow. His remark was given a seal of approval in a resolution adopted by the conference. Governor Adebayo also began distancing himself publicly from the federal government, failing as from 8 May to attend meetings of the SMC unless Northern soldiers were withdrawn from his region. The question is that if you could withdraw Northern soldiers from the East, why couldn't they leave the West? Why? Why not? In the North, the leaders of thought had at their I'll tell that again. In the North, the leaders of thought had at their meeting in Kaduna in late January advocated the creation of 11 states in the Federation, but a few waverers still remained. Now on 1st May, an emergency joint meeting of emirs, chiefs, leaders of thought, and the consultative committee was convened, during which we were briefed on the worsening situation and federal government's intention. This time, we all endorsed a proposal firmly supporting an effective central government and the creation of states in the North, regardless of whether or not states were created elsewhere. It was our view that these were essential for stability in both the North and the Federation. On May 6, Awolowo led a 4-man National Conciliation Committee of eminent Nigerians to Enugu. Ojukwu treated them to an extraordinary bombast about his power, saying, quote unquote, "We possess the biggest army in Black Africa." Did he truly say that? Yes. Can you find it in another book? Yes. What book is that? Crisis and I won't open it, I promise. Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. Look for volume 2. Look for Anthony Naro's speech. You'll find it there. It said that no army in Black Africa can match the might of the Biafran Marshal. Awo traveled to the east to Enugu to say, "I don't fight now," leading a 4-man National Conciliation Committee. So Ojukwu said, "We possess the biggest army in Black Africa. They, however, left with Ojukwu's assurances of Eastern preparedness to reopen political discussions if Gowon lifted the economic sanctions applied against the East, among other demands. Gowon once again, by the way, if you want to read all these things, read 2 books. If you want to read the transcript of everything they discussed at that meeting, you find it in the book Awo on the Nigerian Civil War. Like all the things they discussed at the meeting, they put it there. So if you're interested, check out Relomi books. Gowon once again tried, sorry, one other book. I'm just quoting this out just in case you're interested. What's the first one I mentioned? Anthony Naro, 12 August 1968. Crisis. I'm writing it down, sorry. And Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 2 by A.H.M. Kirk Green. That's one. Then I want the Nigerian Civil War, and then the book by Wole Soyinka, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. Also mentions some of the things they discussed at that meeting. Gowon once again tried to convene an SMC meeting, offering a choice of neutral venues, including possible use of British Navy aircraft carrier or frigate. But Ojukwu spurned this, as did Governor Adebayo. Yet, on 20th May, Gowon, in deference to the advice of Awolowo's committee, ordered the termination of sanctions. Which Awolowo's committee? The National Conciliation Committee, the group that went to the East to tell Ojukwu not to secede or fight. That was May 6 and 7. Okay? 2 weeks later, Gowon, in deference to the advice of Awolowo's committee, ordered the termination of sanctions applied against the East. We already read about the sanctions earlier. You know, no flight goes to the East and things like that. So they terminated the sanctions, effective from May 23. It was also announced on May 22 that soldiers of non-Western Nigerian origin were to be moved out of the West in a matter of days. Regrettably, Gowon's concessions were seen by Ojukwu as a sign of weakness and greeted. Someone said, only 2 weeks. Yes, the meeting was convened May 6 to May 7. The announcement was made on May 20. 1 second, please. Yeah, so just 2 weeks. He respected Awo. That much that much we know. What's his man's name? Gowon. Gowon respected Awo a lot. At this time, Awo was not in Gowon's government too. Awo would not join Gowon's government until June 12, 1967. But this was in May. So yeah, 20th May, he, in deference to Awolowo's advice, he terminated sanctions applied against the East. Then on 22nd, they announced that the soldiers of non-Western Nigeria origin were to be moved out of the West in a matter of days, just like it happened in 66 in the Eastern region. But here's the crazy part. Regrettably, Gowon's concessions were seen by Ojukwu as a sign of weakness and greeted with continued defiance. Anticipating Gowon's move to create states, Ojukwu summoned a meeting of Eastern chiefs, elders, and the Consultative Assembly on Friday, May 26. The next day, he received a secessionist mandate. 4 hours later, at 9:15 p.m., Gowon made a national broadcast. He declared a state of emergency, repealed Decree Number 8, and replaced the 4 regions with 12 states, shared equally between North and South, among other measures. The West and the Midwest merely changed nomenclature, save that a portion of the West together with Lagos became a state. The North and the East were split into 6 and 3 states respectively. It was a testimony of Gowon's spirit of accommodation that he made Ojukwu the governor of the East Central State. This is what I don't like about this. So the Ojukwu should have been removed. Oma Yobi Jigani. Ojukwu Sodano. But they still made him the governor of the East Central State. Northern and Eastern ethnic minorities thus acquired states of their own. It was a dream fulfilled, and years of struggle suddenly ended. Gowon's standing was enhanced, as was his government. Ojuku's East was weakened and isolated from over 90% of the annual oil output it expected would finance its rapid economic advance as an independent entity. Is that good? It was brilliant. 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 You know the painful part in all of these things? The real painful part was that Decree 8 was repealed. It wasn't the perfect thing, but it's a lot better than what we have right now. If you have that, at least, if I don't make progress, maybe, I don't think that would have stopped any other coup, because another coup happened in 76. All right. But I like what they did to the East, by the way. They weakened the East, Ojuku's East, not the East. Ojuku's East was weakened and isolated from over 90% of the annual oil output it expected would finance its rapid economic advance as an independent entity. Just after midnight on Tuesday, May 30, Ojuku formally proclaimed the former Eastern region as a sovereign state, named the Republic of Biafra. The Igbo were thrown into ecstasy, some of which seemed orchestrated. Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, promoted to the rank of Major General on June 1, while Colonel Adebayo and Lieutenant Colonel Ejo to Brigadier, declared the secession illegal and vowed to crush it. On June 3, Gowon asked Chief Awolowo to become Vice Chairman of his Federal Executive Council, and then also made him Commissioner for Finance in the new 15-man cabinet, positions from which Awolowo was to make important contributions. Also included in the cabinet were 11 other prominent civilians drawn from inside and outside the political establishment, men like Yahya Gusau, Ali Monguno, Aminu Kano, J.S. Taka, Dr. Okoye Arikpo, Olufemi Okunu, and Anthony Nauro. Each came from one of the new 12 states and several from ethnic minorities. Val says, Prof, please, what was Decree 8 about? Sorry, I missed a greater part of the lecture. Is a greater part of what I've said. Please look for how Ojuku rejected Aburi on YouTube. I think there's a breakdown of the decree there. It's on the YouTube channel, Busui Oris. How Ojuku rejected Aburi. It's very long. If I answer you like in a few words, I will not do justice. So please listen to watch that video, please. Or you can watch this again when we're done on YouTube in the live section. Thank you. So we talked about beginning Awo and the rest of them. Gowon also moved rapidly to reimpose and strengthen economic sanctions against Ojuku's breakaway regime, which in turn ordered oil companies operating in eastern Nigeria to pay all royalties into its treasury. In other words, all the oil money that was going to federal government, Ojuku said everything must go to the Biafra, that they called it. Throughout June, threats and acts of terrorist violence, bomb outrages, arson, intimidation, pillage, detentions, and murders were perpetrated by secessionist elements against individuals, communities, and official properties across the country, especially in areas fringing Igbo land. In a Parthian shot, Ojuku declared quote-unquote total war against Nigerians outside the secessionist enclave on Friday, June 30. Next day, he was dismissed from the Nigerian army and stripped of his rank of lieutenant colonel. They pamper this man. They pamper this man. Almost done. Where will we? Okay. So it says here, Ojukwu declared total war in a Parthian shot. Ojukwu declared total war against Nigerians outside its secessionist. I'm rushing because of time. Steve, no, that's your dad. You're talking about your dad, not me. Sorry, and it's your family heritage. God bless you. Maybe. In a Parthian shot, Ojukwu declared total war against Nigerians outside his secessionist enclave on Friday, June 30. Next day, he was dismissed from the Nigerian army and stripped of his rank of lieutenant colonel. In the early hours of Thursday, July 6, 1967, the battle was finally joined. Federal Nigerian soldiers on the border between Benue Plateau and East Central states fired the first formal shots in a police action. The police action launched to crush the rebellion and capture the rebel leadership. Other books will say they don't know who fired it. He's claiming here that federal soldiers fired the shots. Thus began a ruinous, horrific, and costly war that was to claim thousands of lives over 30 months. Thousands of lives. Thousands. It's bad, but definitely not millions like you hear. Thousands, to have thousands of lives lost, terrible, but you get the point. Thus began a ruinous, horrific, and costly war that was to claim thousands of lives over 30 months. Each side, it must be said, fought with exceptional courage, determination, and absolute faith in the justice of its own cause, which, however, neither excuses its tragic consequences nor celebrates its positive lessons. We're going to stop here for today. There are other things. We might do that on Friday, but by and large, I think we've reached a very good point to stop right now. We'll have another session tomorrow at 4 p.m. if it's time, West African time. We'll be discussing the July events from perspectives of about 3 people: Sheo Shagari, Anthony Nauro, and Tiwa Danjuma, amongst others. That'll be tomorrow at 4 p.m. if it's time, West African time. So please join us and make it early because it's Thursday. We're not going to have a full session. It's probably going to last about 2 hours or so. So please join us as early as you can. There's someone who wants to come up. I'm going to bring you up. It's 8:45, so I have about 10 minutes before we close the session for today. So I'll bring that person up and then we'll have your submission. That's Shaya West. I kind of like the conclusion, right, where it says that lives were lost. See, for me, thousands, millions, one, tens, dozens, even if it's just one, every life matters, right? But then it says here, thus began a ruinous, horrific, and costly war that was to claim thousands of lives over 30 months. Each side, it must be said, fought with exceptional courage, determination, and absolute faith in the justice of its own cause, which, however, neither excuses its tragic consequences nor celebrates its positive lessons. Excuse me. So what this is, to be honest, is no life should have been lost in that war. There shouldn't have been a war in the first place. There shouldn't have been a war. And if we're going to heal as a nation, we have to... Oh, okay, Shaya West, thank you. If we're going to heal as a nation, we have to acknowledge this thing. We have to see this thing as they are, and then, know who made mistakes where. And saying that somebody made mistake, if they made that mistake, doesn't mean they're insulting your ethnic group. Just know that that's what happened. And the biggest thing from that thing is the lesson that you learn, so you don't repeat that error. Okay? Very quick announcement. Again, we have our first episode of Redomi Republic on Redomi Republic YouTube channel. Please check it out. And if you like to be a part of it, excuse me. All right. If you'd like to be a part of it, please use that. Please go to that stuff. Now, the game show is about Nigerian history and politics, and then Yoruba history and culture. So if you're interested in something like that, please come be part of it. Every question answered fetches you an amount of money. So please be part of it. If you'd like to support us, you can see our bank details up on the screen. Kindly support everybody who comes. The plan is that you win something, no matter how little. So please register and be part of it. And also, I'm glad with the feedback we've had so far with folks who watched the video and the adverts, of the first episode, talking about the way we designed and everything. That also costs a lot of money. We're also trying to push things out there. Also, that also costs some money. So please support what we're doing, and God bless you. All right. So Share West is not coming up. Apparently, he had clicked on that mistakenly. All right. So let's get this. So yeah, please go to linktree/Republic to register. You find the form there, and then you can be part of the session on Friday. We'll have that session, and then we'll read the bits that we didn't read today, and that'll be all for this series. How Nigeria's first republic ended. There's a part I wanted to read, maybe on Friday, that has to do with how the Biafran forces sent emissaries to Europe. Right, and to be honest, guys, everything they said there was a lie. I've said it several times. You read Nigerian history, sometimes you think you're reading newspaper. Because if it's happening right now, every single thing that they did in 67, 68 is the same thing that the American veterans of Igbo descent have it. That's what they're doing in 2025. Just lying. Propaganda. At first, Nigeria didn't really bother about it, just fighting the war, prosecuting the war, until they discovered that the world opinion was turning against Nigeria, so they had to also start traveling. There are people like Anthony Nauru, as Minister of Information, traveling to different places. By the time he got to Geneva, he saw things I didn't know as well. What? The things that they've told them there. So maybe if we have time, you know what? Today it's almost time. Nobody's coming up, Abby. Let me read this bit, and then we've concluded this series. Hopefully, I can quickly read it and finish. No, I can't. I can't rush it. No. I can't rush it. We'll do it on Friday. I can't. If I rush it, it won't make sense. Let's not rush it. It's just a few pages. We'll do that on Friday. But thank you very much for being here today. Thanks to everyone who has liked and shared and tapped and commented and sent gifts. Thank you very much for your support. For those who send gifts, whether it's a heart me or a heart on a heart or or a rose, whatever it is you send, thank you very much for your generosity. And again, please use the bank details that we have up on the screen. And I thank you for supporting what we're doing. We have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. And we are glad that we have people who from time to time support what we're doing. So please join us and use the bank details up on the screen. Tomorrow will be 4 p.m. We'll meet at 4 p.m. If it's West African time. We're going to be looking at what happened on July 28 and 29. And then we'll learn some things from there. Hopefully, from all this thing we're doing, again, we don't do this at all because we're trying to demonize any ethnic group and say one group is bad, and that's not the point. It's just that history is history. And a while back, Nigerians were complaining that nobody was talking history. Not that we're talking history, people are insulting us. But the point is, it's not weaponized history. It's just history as it is. And hopefully we can learn the lessons and also correct some of the narratives that we've had. And also, which is actually the most important thing, to arm yourself against those who refuse to become a victim of their manipulation. May God bless you, may God bless Nigeria, and may God bless every part of this country. All right, and all these terrorist activities and everything, may those things come to an end. May we have, people in power who we pray for wisdom for our leaders, that they will know what to do and that things will get better in our nation. All right. Make we reach 100K. And while we're listening to the anthem, all right. But thank you very much, Concilium. By the way, thank you, Concilium, and thank you, First Sean, for doing a fantastic job in the comment section, urging us to power tap and keeping our fingers busy. Thank you very much for doing that. It actually helps the live a lot. And thanks everyone for power tapping as well. On YouTube, on Facebook, thank you. On X, on Twitch. God bless you guys. Before we go, we're going to listen to the anthems, the Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem. Let's sing together. If you don't know the lyrics, please learn the lyrics. But may God bless Nigeria. Let's go.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀-ìbí wa. Tàgbéga, tàgbéga, tàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àti òmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ òkàdìdé bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Nàìjíríà ò ní bàjẹ́, Yorùbá náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Gbogbo kùjẹkùjẹ tó wà Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run bá wa ṣe o. Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ọlọ́run ràn àwọn adarí wa náà lọ́wọ́ kán lè ṣe nǹkan tó tọ́ àti nǹkan tó yẹ láti jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà gbèrú. And we are hearing, all kinds of things, wars and rumors of war. May our families be protected. May our land thrive. and whatever is best in terms of structure for us as a people, may God make that happen as soon as possible. But may God preserve you and preserve myself and our families, and may Nigeria work, or at least may Yoruba Nation work. When I say Yoruba Nation, within Nigeria or outside Nigeria. But if you ask me right now, I don't think there's anything wrong with being within Nigeria as long as the structure allows it to work. So what we really need is that structure, and we have it. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Do have a lovely evening. I'll see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. and we'll have another fantastic time together. All right? Have a great one. God bless you. Odaro.